up, everyone? Welcome to Buttercup's first Skeptic and Ranting, along with our producer Gizmo working behind the scenes.
We're all working hard.
That's right. And welcome to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting, where tonight we're watching a video from the channel Joel Richardson for proof of giants on Mount Sinai. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth climbing up that hill, climbing up that mountain.
Imagine we're going to get some hard-hitting evidence in this video that they're going to present us with.
I feel like this is the time, this episode, not only do we convert to theism and Christianity, but giants. Because why not? Giants.
Giant version of Christianity, yeah.
Exactly.
We'll get in contact with Nephilim free and to say he was right all along about the giants.
The funny thing about that is, like, it has almost like a technical term, which I kind of tease about in my intro. But, like, you just go about his day, Nephilim free, Nephilim free. I'm sure it just means something. No. This is a biblical fundamentalist that believes in giants. America. Yes. I do want to thank everyone out there on the intertubes. Please do not forget to like, follow, and subscribe.
He's always watching.
More gentle. That's right. Always watching, even when you do it in the shower. Especially when you do it in the shower.
He doesn't like to get wet, so he just watches from like outside the shower.
Exactly.
And as soon as you get out of the shower, he meows for treats. Yeah.
Did you know, and this is just because of my obsession, but there are two different type of meows. There are meows that are kind of just like greeting type of meows, and then there are soliciting meows that are like meow or yes, that would be kind of I want something
different.
Treat.
Kind of tone that they put into their meow.
And that is scientifically, I have seen favor. Well, that's why it's so funny to me. But you're so cute.
It's funny that the adult cats do not meow to each other. It's a language they use only to communicate with humans.
Well, can I tell you what it is? I think, as far as I can, it seems that kittens meow, and that what happens is that has stayed with them and into adulthood, because it kind of it does something with the human that they either get out of it, or they get comfort in it, or they do something and they get something from it.
Well, because they meow at their mother, and I guess they look at us as sort of like a caretaker. Not really, because a lot of times they're like, "Fuck you, I don't even need you," but which is why 90% of cats don't call when you call their name out. They don't come when you call their name, because they're like, what the fuck do I need you for? Yeah.
What's up, behavior? New Tetney. I also just want to say I saw Bree saying up here, now you're speaking my language. I saw a whole bunch of love up in there, as well as Dan that was like,
hey, Dan.
Yep, now I am definitely understand what's going on about the topic. Sending love to Bree and Materialist Dan and Peebo. What is up? And Skywatcher sending love. Sending so much
Dave Gar
love.
out there. Caterpillar.
Dave Gar and Caterpillar. and James Wolfe. Woohoo!
Hey, James.
And I am just so happy we ended up getting a kitty
Aussie gold.
for a roommate's roommate's sister. And so we then ended up getting kind of a cat kind of then jumped in their lap, and it was kind of destiny. And now we have another kitty. So we got 2 kitties. And they love their birthday gift. They love their new kitty as well, who is a much more introverted cat who is going to go fantastically well doing by herself with her mama. And then this one makes the others exhausted, which is so funny.
Penelope and Moonlight.
Yes.
Gives them a run.
Indeed. I think I never understood there's always been like a bunch of cat toys that like cats like they're like 50-50 on, and I'm always like, who did they invent this for? And then I realize it's kittens. Like a kitten plays with absolutely everything. There has not been a cat toy that we have that they have not played, and this like this entire cat tree thing we have had, and there are nook and crannies of this thing that this little buttercup has found that I didn't even know.
Utilized everything.
Yes, well, they lay in here, and I didn't even think.
Yeah, that little tiny.
This and here, and they in this thing here, and they scratch on here. The whole kit and caboodle. What's up, Marshall and Doorknob Head and everybody? I think adult cats meow at us because they think we're the kittens. That'd be kind of adorable too. Maybe. It is kind of interesting. Just the woo! Thank you so very much, Dave Gar, sending $10.
Appreciate it.
A season greetings you to Merry
Appreciate
everyone. Thank you so very much, Dave Gar, sending that
Keeps
love right back to you. Exactly. It makes us have all of these. I have to now start pulling stuff from over here. It keeps also baby Bahamut well as she gets to snuggle with Buttercup.
Keeps the Amazon drivers busy. I'll tell you what.
Exactly. So thank you so very much, Dave Gar, keeping the world nice and thick out there. Which, speaking of which, I am going to be doing another debate. I am getting it set up on Modern Day Debate. It is going to be the 9/11 being a inside job, and I am actually very excited for this debate because I think I'm going to come across it from a different angle, a predictable angle if you're familiar with this channel, which is it was done by religious fundamentalists. We shouldn't let that off the hook. That should be actually our prime focus. It's part of
religious extremism.
Yeah, one of the main reasons why I am an anti-theist. It's not, we shouldn't be prejudiced against Muslims. Chances are, if you're in a Western country, you should be just saying Assalamu alaikum, being sweet to them and all this. Nonetheless, we should be combating religious fundamentalism, and it is that brand of religious fundamentalism for why we had 9/11. And it's both sides take credit. That's the other thing. When the one side is saying it's credit, and then the other side says it's taking credit, generally speaking, that means unless they are working together in some sort of larger otherworldly in which everyone is working in the global conspiracy, and then it's just like, all right, just plug us out of the matrix. What are we even doing?
Yeah.
But yeah. So looking forward to that. I will just once again say, thank you so much, Dave Gar.
Thanks so much, Dave Gar.
Boom, 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 boom. Because really, it is you guys and gals who enable us to do all this.
Do you have a
amazing
date
things.
set for that debate?
No. So what happened is we spoke. It is going to be Rose, if anyone knows her. We're kind of having our
777.
indeed. We kind of had our going back and forth in just trying to figure it out. But she said, she kind of was like, I love your vibes. And I was like, you seem like an awesome person. And we're like, let's, do a debate. She gave me a list of all these topics that she had. I gave a list of, I would say, the topics or the things that and we kind of matched up. And yeah. And so, it's going to be a 1v1, and if that is good, it may be even a 2v2 coming soon.
I would love to crack it.
That's true.
Her debates.
You would make a great debate partner. James actually
to see what's on her list. Yeah,
that's true too. James wanted to do a 2v2. Because it seemed like he wanted to pay someone in mind to pair us up with. Now, I think she wanted to personally have a debate against me. I think she thinks I'm a cordial debater. I actually take that as a compliment. I feel like I can give it. I like to think I'm a nice person, but I also don't take crap from mean people. Very specifically, she's not a mean person. For all the things, she really seems like a sweet. Exactly.
You just say a lot of silly things, though.
Yes.
If anybody doesn't remember, she was the one who said that dinosaurs are not real because she looked at toy dinosaurs and she doesn't understand how they could reproduce. She doesn't see how the boy dinosaur could get that thingy in the girl dinosaur to make baby dinosaurs. So she thinks they're fake because of that. Yeah,
James,
very scientific person you're dealing with here.
I have a doll. We can help her out. All right. It's this region here and this region here. Yeah. You're gonna be okay.
Australia probably is fake too, and everybody who says they're from Australia,
rub them together, see what happens. Get a glass of wine. What's up, BZ from the Twitchosphere? I should send because the Twitchosphere was growing in the past few months. I'd like to continue to grow it. So is it? Oh. Spicy. What is up, Pat?
Now would be a good time. You want to pull up my debate that I have coming up in a couple weeks?
Absolutely. Here. So we'll do that.
Just to get that out of the way. You guys didn't know, I have a debate coming up in 2.5, 3 weeks.
James, what's this going on here?
Oh, biblical slavery is morally good. I'll be debating Praise I Am on January 11th, Standing for Truth channel. It will be an epic debate, I think, because
right, baby.
It's a topic that really gets me going. It really, yeah.
Well, I'm just going to have to say it as many times, probably every episode.
I know.
It really is, James. Yeah. I feel like you're a revolutionary. You may be on the cutting edge, probably the first person to do this, but you are taking the anti-slavery position. I feel like it's so brave. It is just...
taking a stand,
exactly.
Like the guy in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, just so brave to stand against the machine, the modern day pro-slavery movement.
You are basically Gandhi, Martin Luther, all have come before. But I would say that there is only one thing as much as
Frederick Douglass.
As much as I tease James for defending the obvious, it's really the Christians I should be roasting for defending the yes. Because holy shit! But yes, I'm actually looking forward to this. Sending love to Standing and Praise. I'm looking forward. James, good luck. You're not going to need it, but you're going
Appreciate
to have
you.
it anyway.
It may need some luck to get through it. Keep my sanity intact, but yeah.
James
Thanks.
W.
Check that debate out. Yeah, the Chinese Communist Party says it's fake. So yeah.
Well, there we go. I
Keep
don't.
sending them your data.
I am not sure how well that they would like me, just because I think that Pooh Bear is adorable, and I like honey, and so
Yeah.
I just tend to be on that side of things. Oh bother! I just want to censor. It got into Mickey Mouse.
You know what
as much as I wanted to do a Pooh Bear.
Maybe I'm just an asshole, but I always liked the rabbit and Pooh Bear, the old grouchy.
Got a little bit of
I
wisdom.
always thought he was funny. Just a little bit of wisdom, but usually just grouchy and always in a bad mood.
Hey, I feel like that's something always relatable. Also, Skywatcher, we hope that we're helping you cook. I want to start putting these, I've said it forever, but we're starting to start putting these on Spotify in case you eventually want to just listen. I will be debating Amy Newman on DMT sometime in the new future. Woo! What do we do? I'm up for I'm just kidding, Bree. Sending love. On the topic.
Not on
DMT.
the
There we go.
Yeah, that's what I.
There we go. I was waiting for the punchline. Not on the topic of DMT. We'll be taking DMT. I'm all for it, Bree.
One day you'll have to.
It is hard to take DMT together, but I'm always up for it. Let me tell you. But then you just do ayahuasca together. But then that's a whole day. But who doesn't have a good day to do ayahuasca? That sounds like a great day, Bree. That sounds like a fantastic time. Live stream it. Speaking of, and we'll say this is my last time, and I'm not sure how much I'm gonna subject James to this stream. Maybe I'll let him come in to like half of it. But like I'm gonna try and do like a full day stream where it's like I'm going to just sit here and use as many props possible to generate funds for like I want to give a holiday gift to the Patreons and the channel members, and I guess just the people who send super chats, the subscribers and viewers of a very specific person, a celebrity that just happens to use props. I said it before, but now I'm going to pretend like it's not, that I didn't say it, and be like, which random comedian that uses props? But yes, look forward to a stream where I debase myself as a prop comedian. Woo! And And James, as much time as you can be here, feel free to be here. As much as I can, Yes, and I will try to spend as much time on that day as I can, until I set up my OnlyFans. What are we talking? Yeah, there you go. Woohoo! Ready for it, Bree. What is up, Living Room Speakers, as well as welcome the amazing one and only Caterpillar.
She joined the Cool Kids Club.
That's her. Welcome to the Skeptic and Ranting community.
Welcome to the girl deck.
That's right. It is lovely on the girl deck.
That's what they say.
The commander level. It is lovely to have you.
The Bob Larson in a Speedo level.
I now have that in my mind, which is okay because I normally just have Iron Horse and what's his name down there?
I mean, you think they got room for Bob Larson down there?
It's Praises X. What is Praises X? I used to debate him. Gavin, thank you.
Yeah. You think he got room down there? Add Bob Larson.
I might do. Bob Larson in a Speedo. I might have to.
Okay.
Woo! We are sending that love right back. In fact, one more love. Sending love to Caterpillar, who joined us and is getting the evolving badge system that triggers young Earth creationists, because the badges, it doesn't matter what level you are, they just evolve over time by just being a member. You can
Drives the fundamentalists crazy.
Exactly. Somehow you can become one thing and become a completely different thing over here. And it's almost like you have a gradient layer of things right between. It's amazing. Amazing. Okay. Enough of us talking and splurking on our own. Let's get to the quick shout outs and the opposition viewpoint. In fact, this is all made sponsored by all of the fantastic super chats, all of the channel members like Caterpillar, woo, as well as all of our Patreons. One of the best ways to help support us at patreon.com/ABNewman. The youtube.com/@ABNewman is also
that
cool.
Works too now.
They gave everyone an ad. So I don't even think you need your. I don't know if you even need your. I don't even know if you need 100 anymore. I have to recheck. The producing side of my brain needs to know this, but everyone now gets their own @username. I feel like they adjusted to Twitter right before Twitter exploded. So good job, YouTube. You could own it now. I'm gonna take a sip. Give me 1 second.
Take a sip.
Look, it has what plants crave. But yes, all of this is sponsored from our supporters.
Rondo?
Amazing.
Oh, no.
Yes, right. Oh,
we only
I always try and pray that doesn't become a documentary.
I think we're well on the way.
I shouldn't say pray because then they hear me. I should say hope. Because prayer doesn't work. In fact, some studies show that if you know you're being prayed for, you will actually do worse. Generally because you get anxiety from wanting to make that prayer work. Like, oh shit, I better heal the fuck up now.
Could be.
Performance anxiety is the term. Sending love to our supporters. Yes. Oz from the Atheist Network group. He was jamming over there. We are sending love to Oz and Jena and Biddy Buddha and Shane the Skeptic. Everybody.
Thanks, Oz.
Uncle Beck, as well as a rising star. I love him. Fucking student Dr. Ben. He's been on all the ACA shows and stuff. Just, you should be checking out all these atheists. All of these non-believers.
All the atheists.
All these atheists. Atheist Junior. All the atheists.
Definitely Atheist Junior.
As well as a grumpy old Cuss.
Hey, Robin Hansen out there. Good to see you.
What is up, Robin Hansen?
Appreciate you watching, being a part of the channel.
And as well as a grumpy old Cuss who makes us, when we look at all of these creationist arguments, when I listened to both Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra had 2 debates with creationists on Modern Day Debate this weekend, and I had to just sit there neutral and chat, but like, holy moly, both of those debates, the creationists,
they got
this is the best that they have. This is the best you got, creationists. My Lord.
Truth be told, I mean, they're both very good debaters. So I mean, it's a challenge, but I mean, come on, this is the level of opposition. It's just it sucks.
It is. It's not their best, though. I'm sure someone sitting at home is like, you just don't understand. Perfect Dawa. He's not the real Islam. He doesn't put syrup on his pancakes like a true Muslim. And so it's got to be me. We'll put your ass in the ring. Bring it on.
Well, I think their best are probably smart enough not to get in the ring with those two. So, I mean,
that's also
it's down to whatever's left, basically.
My favorite about this opposition viewpoint is like he sets himself early. Like, look, I know a lot of you fuckers on the internet obsessed with giants. All right, so I'm gonna do a video about giants.
Oh boy.
All right, and I completely agree with it, and I'm gonna do. But he says early on, he's like, but we shouldn't be thinking about this. Like, this is like the fringe stuff. I completely agree with everything, but this is not the stuff we should be thinking about.
It's not like what this we want to run with.
Yes, it is just weird because in the same breath, he then goes, now let's continue talking about giants. Okay.
That's the topic of tonight's video, by the way.
Yes. Well, it is just, I view myself as a moderate politically, and I want moderates, so, oftentimes like religiously, but it's also funny that like this guy is a moderate in like he believes crazy stuff, but only in private, in the practice of his own home, tucked away somewhere. Right. Like, he sets, and that's just the difference is like the fundamentalist believes the crazy shit loudly.
They just say it. They come out and say it. Yeah, exactly.
The moderate believes crazy shit tucked away to the side and then just disregards the rest. The liberal just disregards most of it but loves the label because they were raised in it and all that other stuff. And so it's like, they all have their pros and cons. I guess I would rather. I guess I like the honesty of the fundamentalists, and yet I want them to ignore and get to the more liberal position because I will take the you throwing it out over the, well, it says that a guy was 900 years old, so you're gonna believe it.
Right, taking the Bible over science, even though like that is an easier position to defeat, but it is a step, at least a step in the right direction.
That you be, the more liberal, and in turn, the more secular or deistic that you become, the harder it becomes from us to, I think, pry it away.
Right.
Because they have rationalized a lot of this. But I mean, if you are, I can't help now. Every time I make a public transit joke, I just can't think of the debate. While I was talking with KGV, every time I made like a guy on the back of the bus talking crazy to you joke, he was like, "Why do you got to take pot shots at people on the bus?" I'm like, I didn't even think about it until like it's about like a public thing where like we're all like on. You ever be in the city? And like it's a shared experience that like 15 people are normal, and then there's like a crazy guy like
everybody's got
talking,
to deal with,
like to a And so I don't know. It's just very sending love to Benny. Was it Benny or was it Mark? It was one of them. I think it was Benny.
Sending love to KJ.
Sending love. KJ, I have not heard from KJ. She must have been on other. Yo, can I tell you another thing that I went on an impromptu, and I should have recorded it, but it was like in the middle of the goddamn night. But I guess that's what an impromptu debate is. But like I got invited to this flat Earth server, and like and this woman sounds exactly like Godless Girl. Now I know that I brought this up because I couldn't help it. Okay. And she got really mad and was like, how dare you? That bitch brought it. That she gets her shit from me. I'm the first. I'm the OG.
You asked her if she's Godless Girl? You said
I said, have you ever heard of Godless Girl? Oh. Because she has her exact same. It's not only just the way she talks, it's how aggressive that she is. Though she did seem to like have a chill at a certain point. Though if Godless Girl, if you're watching this or anyone, I love it. So don't take it out for anything. Especially, I like it when that beam is focused on people that, are being silly. She has very traditional, in my opinion, Godless Girl has very traditional atheist arguments. She just has her shtick. We all have a, who doesn't have a shtick? I have a shtick. It's being a train. No. Actually try to avoid identity politics.
think she's got a few good arguments. 80% of what she says is just,
yeah. But I'm getting sidetracked. So she just sounded like we're getting sidetracked. I'm getting sidetracked
in a sidetrack from your sidetracks. Yeah.
But like
off a tangent.
But I debated with I'm just so glad that I've been having a few like flat Earth debates, because it is just I could not even get past like the shadow test. She's like, give me anything. You got the entire floor. All right, go. It's like as soon as I actually start saying something, but. Yeah, and I asked Mark or Benny. I think it was Mark this time, because Mark and Benny both run this little atheist graveyard server. And like, does this person know KGV? And they're like, oh, they do. They're frenemies. So I could just imagine a theistic type of godless girl versus KJV, because this person was a theist, was a Christian creationist, flat earther, the whole 9 yards.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Exactly. Though they all tend to be the same type of lump. There's like there's only the crystal version of that, that looks like me a little bit more. The liberal version of that, but it's all woo woo. All woo woo all the time. Anyway, sending love to Diana Smith. We remind you the theistic Abrahamic religions are really not that nice to 51% of the other sexes and gender out there. Sending love to Pat Lowinger, who just did an amazing episode with us on Talk Skeptic to Me. Exactly, where he talked to James W. and myself about the roots of the Tree of Life.
Actually learning shit.
Yes. Instead of just listening to two schmucks, listen to two schmucks and an academic.
Somebody who actually knows what they're talking
about. So sending love to Pat Lowinger, who does what they're afraid of, which is research the young Earth creationists are afraid of. He's in chat. We saw him. We're sending love. As well as Dale Pastel. We're looking for empirical evidence. Jeez, is it really that hard to give us a little bit of empirical evidence?
I'm sure we'll get some tonight. Thanks.
I'm sure. Yo. Oh my God. And he Xenos us. He completely Xenos us. I watched it twice.
Just to take it all in.
Just to absorb it. I even had to say it twice. Because he doesn't give like his really... He gives slow his empirical evidence. And then he gives his like nail biter at the very end. And he even prefaces it like I'm prefacing it right now. Like, all right, now look, if you were looking for something amazing that was going to prove the subject that I'm trying to give you a 30-minute lecture on, well, yeah.
No, I can't give actual evidence. No, of course not. I mean...
we get something, but... it's something, all right. Anyway, sending love to Dave Gar.
That's her shtick, and that's why I don't really
seems to be going. So here's what I'll say. That's what she says. She does. She says generally, which unfortunately puts her more in line with the Steve McRae's in the world. So it's like Steve McRae is he's an agnostic. It's hard because they are people that generally do go after that, but when push comes to shove, I just try and hope that you keep on being big tent enough that they will eventually see how silly.
I think they're just contrarians. They just like to be.
That may be true.
Sticks in the mud.
That is true. And there are sometimes it's funny. I think that a lot of theists just look at atheists as contrarians. They look at us as just the position as itself as being edgy and oh my God, you being an atheist, tip your fedora, when it's really just us being
because they've been in the majority for so
is
long.
Not true. Yes. Well, and I was just thinking about this. Shout out to I have multiple brothers from other mothers. Sounding out to Oz, but also I was watching T Jump. T Jump was just talking to this Christian philosopher. I don't know what his. I should have looked at his actual background, but I looked at a decent amount, and he looked like. Do you know the show Adam Ruins Everything?
Oh, I'm sorry. I know what it is, but I haven't like watched it.
Okay, well, the host in there, I've only seen it a few times. My partner watches it a decent amount, and he's a cute guy. He looks very well put together, like a Poindexter kind of thing. And yet everything, like, I feel bad for this gentleman. Like I feel like he gave like. Not only were they 1,000-year-old arguments, but they were like the old arguments from like 10 years ago. Like he got blasted. I feel like T-Jump threw the ball over very quicker than normal because this guy is just not in the, I guess, our little YouTube debate circuit or whatever. Twitch. Now I feel it's a little community. Actually, I do feel like we have our community here, and it's not just YouTube. It's just being skeptic and loving to rant. But it just seemed odd that, like, I really do think you were saying the majority that, like, there is this phenomena that I think if people think that they are normal, they act in a way with which is incongruent with societal norms. Like it's because they think that the talking snake and a guy coming back from the dead and any type of miracles are just every day. They have that in their back pocket while they go into the drive-thru and think that gravity isn't going to just turn off and their car isn't going to suddenly fly away.
They've been told since they were a kid that it makes sense that a perfect guy was killed and he rose from the dead, so therefore God can forgive you for all the naughty things that you've done. And that makes total sense because you've been told it does since you were a kid. How that makes any sense, really, no. It's just because you've been told that since you were a kid, so you're okay. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, as long as you have been told by, well, I always say we have good reasons to imprint when we are young. However, when it comes to a lot of institutions, that does not end up being a good thing to do. It is generally a good thing to listen to your parents. However, there's a reason why I think we have our teenage stage, why we should test our beliefs and see what is true and what is not. My mom may believe in an afterlife, even though she's Jewish, and I do not. Nonetheless, I'm going to come to her for life advice because I think she is knowledgeable and she's had many years experience in dealing with life. So two different things. Exactly. But also just sending love. Almost said sending League of Legends and love to Mark Reid. Woo! Hey, Mark. What is it, Mark? Mark is another one I think who has debate set up. I thought I saw in there. Let me see. Now I have to.
Mark's always got debates coming up.
Oh, I still had myself muted. But tell me if that's true, Mark.
Got debates coming up, Mark?
If not, we'll just set makes up on here. Debates. What is that? Peebo. Teenagers was not even a thing until after World War II. Before then, children pretty much transitioned. No. Straight into the workplace. No, absolutely. Well, yes. I would actually say, when I think of adolescence, not to I say this about once a podcast too, I always think of the hero's journey. It's kind of just, we always have the story of going out from your child into, from what you know, into a different land, learning the skills, overcoming hardships, and coming back to your tribe with the knowledge and the master of both worlds. But I agree. I mean, I also like to all of the laws that protect children and everything, all new, all enacted by secular liberal governments.
Yeah, that's true.
Do.
Most people probably actually don't know, but do you know where the first child abuse laws came from? Like, who started advocating for those? And it came from the animal rights people who were able to pass laws against cruelty to animals, and then they realized actually animals now have more protection than children because there is no concept of child abuse. It's just discipline. As long as the kid's not dead or permanently disfigured or injured, before then it was just like whatever. I mean, hey, I guess don't do it again, kid. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because both children and other animals cannot consent
to being beaten. Yeah.
Well, no.
Sexual.
I was going to say
bestiality.
Both sexual laws, and then no animal can consent to being beaten. Well, let me say this: if you are an adult in a BDSM scene, you can consent to being beaten, but anyone else, so you should not be beating anyone. And,
but
children
Amy,
should not be working in factories either.
Amy, the Bible says that if you take a rod and you beat your slave, and they live for a day or two after that, it's okay because they're your property. Did you not read that in the Bible? That
it's called the walk it off morality laws.
And the Bible also says that if you beat your child with a rod, it's okay because they will not die. Now, this might be news to all the kids who are actually beaten to death by their parents every year, but I guess they're not really dead because the Bible says that they wouldn't die. So I don't know. Maybe a contradiction with reality there, not matching up the Bible. But hey.
I keep on seeing people are still saying before World War I, children definitely pretty much just followed their fathers into their trade, or they were rich enough to move straight into higher education, getting ready. Yes, though it does seem. Do you mean like there was no hero's journey before World War I? Because I would definitely disagree with that. There was definitely a going out. There's definitely always been a period of rebelliousness. But unless you were just mistaking and you're just adding on to that, and so maybe I just read it wrong. So yes, sounds good because I do know that a lot of that is modern. A lot of our views that it shouldn't have always been that way. Heroes journey. Yes.
We'll get to do another stream about that. That's a tangent.
But sending love. Exactly. Though I'll tell you, coming up, because I'm now just modifying the hero's journey Avatar one, but because I saw Avatar 2, it was amazing. You should all see it. And yeah, I'm not going to do any spoilers. I'll wait for a few weeks, and then you'll have no excuse. But go see it. 3D, even better. Or not. It's a great. It is emotionally satisfying, visually satisfying, narratively satisfying. You'll have a good time.
And you'll probably be dead by the time the third one comes out in 2050.
No, can I tell you that? Because they're already done shooting the next one, so it comes out in 2 years. They shot so this is day one. So they shot 2, 3, 4, and 5 at the same time, if I'm getting this correctly. And 2 just came out. 3 is done. 4 is basically done, and they are doing the post-production on 5 right now.
Okay. Wow.
Which is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Considering
Cost $1
10
billion. $1 billion. Yes, it is good. They're going to basically be doing it, I think, every 2 years type of thing.
Why
And
have
they're
it cost $1 billion when it cost
$1
million?
$1 million.
Yeah. Hey.
Sure, I never thought of that. But I feel like at that point, why spend that much money? But yes, sending love to Diana every time. But you know what? It's who just wants to just read a list, right? Sending love to you can do a dynamic, expanded, complex list. Because they love that word, complex.
The list will get much shorter in 2 weeks here.
Yes, well, it'll be cleaned up. And so as much as we love, and I was going to wait to the end, but as you say, and we do this because we want to have a balance to both support the people who support us, but then we also kind of we originally had an early tier that was just built in, that we had grandfathered all of these people in, and we wanted to really honor, it's not like we were trying to win brownie points for the afterlife, but we do. I think that fairness is a moral metric, and so James and I are just trying to figure out what's fair. And so after this is the last month, and then we are going to be only the people that have current people will get that at the tier of $10 or more on Patreon will get their name shout out. Now, that doesn't mean we don't love you. Holy, or should I just say moly, we love you. We're just trying to be fair to everyone, and that's also going to come with a grace period. So it's not going to, so if you will get, you will get 1 extra month of shout outs or whatever in case something happened. And so that's how we're going to handle it. We think that's fair. If either our Patreons, channel members, or subscribers and viewers think it's unfair, let us know. Because, I'm very much against, I think I talked about this on the Q&A. I think that we want to, James and I both want to keep not only do we want to keep the lights on, we actually want to expand. We want to grow. And to do that, you need to get supporters and you need to pay the bills. However, I am always going to be against, I think, I don't think James even knows how to, but I'm always going to be against, it's going to be like you kids and these fucking, I'm sitting here drinking a beer watching the Dolphins. I'm against loot boxes. I am against pay for play.
Loot boxes.
That's what I mean. James, it's okay. You're going to be like, the kids are doing the what now? Anything. It is, because it's like gambling for children. And so how could that be addictive? And I get it. I get that someone out there is fucking 47 and is like, but I love loot boxes. Do you, though? Do you really? I mean, go for it. Why? Like, if they're super cheap, okay. But, like, a loot box is basically, like a McDonald's item and a magic card, and like I'm trying to think how to properly explain.
Like there's a whole bunch of service things like you get ads for them on YouTube, like like $39 a month, and we'll send you a box. It's gonna have shirts, a hat. It's gonna have new accessories.
Oh shit! So that's 2 different things. So there's 2 different things. So you could get a virtual loot box and a real loot box and a real life loot box. And a loot box is just a random thing that you get. And so if you are playing a video game and you're trying to get armor, it's like every week we're going to give you a loot box. And half, if not more of the time, it's absolute crap, because that's the point. That's like it's like you can't have a lot if everyone won the lottery every time, there'd be no point in playing the lottery. And then the same is within real life. Now, if you what the fuck is the buying the meat? That is not a loot box, but meat butcher box. That's kind of the same thing, but you should be selecting what you buy. I shouldn't be butcher box. You should be funding me now.
They have
but you have a
steaks where you can order the steaks.
Oh, jeez, right. Can I tell you that you should not buy anything if they don't use their product? That's just no right there. Anyway, he's losing. He is losing so hard momentum wise, but I don't know who they're gonna. I don't know. It's gonna be him versus DeSantis. I don't know what that's gonna look like. So good luck. In that.
They're already back. I mean, I think most of them are already backing away from him because, I mean, let's face it, just a minor segue into politics. If as soon as he run, what would you see on the media 24/7? They've already got the tapes ready, January 6th. They've got it ready. That's all they're going to be talking about. That's all they would be playing is the video from that. And it looks really bad. So I think that knowledge of what that would happen is kind of just made a lot of people
drop all that baggage, have someone in a nice clean suit.
Right. Why have to fight that battle again about
I'm biased though. I'm just completely but yes. Anyway, sending love to Dale, Dave Gar, Scott Duke. Dave Gar reminding us, we saw Dave Gar out there. Keeping the round thick. She's got a nice butt. As well as Scott Duke reminding us that animals are not just poofed into existence from up above us. Sending love to Speed, answers an atheism as well. Speed.
Says who?
Says who? Were you there? I love that. That logic only comes from religious people, and none of them were there for any of the religious events. It is the most ridiculous. I never hear a skeptic say it, even though that really should be our argument. Were you there when Jesus resurrected? No? Then shut the up. But we're not.
Their whole shtick is
we want to be nicer and sweet.
Their whole shtick is like, well, I mean, I just admit that I have faith in that. You guys try to say you have reasons for your beliefs, but you guys are doing the same thing I'm doing. And then there comes a godless girl to say, actually, yeah, you are doing the same thing they're doing. You guys, you atheists are doing the same thing Christians are doing.
No. It is from a skeptical point of view. Our atheism, as far as I can tell, is dictated because we have been skeptical of theistic positions and are not convinced.
You don't have evidence for abiogenesis, so you have the same evidence they have for their God.
I know. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, godless girl. Thank you, Steve McRae.
Is that what? See, I don't know. I'm still sending love to them, though. I am not a fan. I'm kind of the exact opposite vibe. I want to be as Big Ten as possible because we're fighting, as we said in the community episode, we are fighting a spiritual holy war, and it's not because we wanted to. They have set the battle lines, and they're going to be proselytizing. So it's either you go out there with a message that you should believe in things only when you have good evidence to do so, or else they're going to be the only ones talking, and they're going to spread. And to bring it back around to 9/11, in my opinion, Islam is the next Abrahamic religion that's going to be. Now, listen, if you are in Texas, okay, chances are the Taliban are not going to take over your county. You're all right. Sharia law is not coming to Nebraska. Take my word for it. Nonetheless, worldwide, if we're McDonald's, All right? And we are going out there. We need to know what product and what our audience is. And we have a fantastic product to sell, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you that there is a reason that the number one pirated book in Saudi Arabia is The God Delusion. That's not a coincidence. It's coming.
Well, I mean, just because Sharia law is not coming to Nebraska in a year doesn't mean I think that we should be not be vigilant in we don't want it to get to that point, because this particular group, this has happened in other countries too, where they start off as a minority and then they're very amiable, very, hey, we just want to do our thing. And then as soon as they get power, then they begin imposing their will on others. It doesn't mean
that's all of
bad.
them or most of them. And not only do I agree with you, the problem is that we need to treat the minority amazing, because we are the secular Western liberals. That is our jams, is being a pluralistic society, is letting women wear hijab, even though we think that they are being misogynistic to themselves. I agree with you. It's not that it can't happen. It's that we're already fighting another war on that front. We're still fighting Christianity here. We're still fighting a strain of fundamentalism. Sure. I think we're going to defeat it. I think we're over that hill. I think we are at that level and now coming over it because of...
we're not going back to Christian fundamentalism. They've been pretty much neutered.
Sure. It's walking.
They're not growing in the country, but I think Islam actually, probably the numbers are getting higher.
It's walking and chewing bubblegum. It's that if we just focus on Islam, it becomes a self-defeat. That it is the irony, is that if you just focus on Islam, then the Dawahist and the apologist for Islam use that against you and discredit you and say, look, these are anti-Muslim people. These are Islamophobic people that are they wouldn't listen to me. They don't like me to begin with. I will not give them that option. Oh no, I love all of my theist brothers and sisters. And the reason that Islam is not true is because theism is not true, the Abrahamic religions are not true, and prophets do not exist. And let me tell you, if there is no first prophet, then there can't be a last prophet. And so it is like this weird, by attacking it at its most fundamental, at its most general, you destroy the most specific, because they're not going to defend ants. I can barely get them to talk about, that chapter to begin with. They're always surprised. I love it. I keep every time I feel like, and maybe it's just now I'm just patting myself on the back, but every time I start to read another chapter of the Quran, we do some rants about it. We do an episode about it. And then I feel like ripples. I see other Muslims getting flack from atheists about it. I'll keep on saying it. It's like the weirdest thing. I felt really awkward as a moderator. I normally like the spicy questions, but I thought the guy was going to be really insulted when I was why does your prophet marry a 9-year-old? And I'm doing very charitable to even what the question was. I think it was even more politically incorrect, or whatever you want to call it. And the dude had such a quick answer that it was equally creepy. No, it was creepy. He should have been offended. The fact that he wasn't offended and he had such a quick response
he was ready
to
for
me.
He was ready for it.
he was ready for your prophet dating 9-year-olds. On the ball. James, it's just a question that gets asked so often. You know what I mean? Bob keeps on sleeping with all these 9-year-olds. It happens. I'm sorry. Not all. I don't want to straw man. Not all these 9-year-olds. What is she, a slut? It was just one. Just one. Oh, religion.
Yeah, that's right, Beamsy. Yeah, 6 at marriage, but he graciously waited till she was 9. Which
exactly.
Totally fine, I guess. Maybe.
Exactly. They're like she consummated it when she was 9. Basically,
Allah says it's okay. So.
I completely forget what. No, okay, Regis. What about Regis? We have a Skeptic Bible study. Did you know? Yes, we do. We are in the book of Joshua. It's amazing. And it gets a little thespian. Normally, we talk about ye old times, but we've been lately just talking about ye needs to get on medication. Slightly different subject, but it will eventually just go back to ye olden times. Sending love to Regis, and sending love to the amazing, the fantastic, and lovely, the fabulous Rachel Holland, who reminds us that, James, can you imagine a Christian defending that slavery would be a morally good thing? Can you imagine that? I feel like, honestly, that would be, I don't know, just undefendable. Just absolutely undefendable.
I think morally, it's like an open book test. It's easy. The only problem is they're reading the wrong book, because they're reading the same book that says, if you're walking around outside the city and you see a dead person, you don't know what happened to him, that you cut the head off a cow, because that's consistent with modern law enforcement procedures of what you would do. You didn't decapitate a cow, and I guess that makes it okay that the person is dead. You don't know what happened to him, but hey. That book also says that slavery is okay, so there you go.
Exactly. So basically, because the good book said it has to be good. It says so right in that
good book.
One of the premises, so it has to follow in the conclusion.
And right after the book where it says, where the creator of the universe told one of his followers to cook his food using human feces as the cooking fuel.
Yes. We're sorry if you're eating, but once again, this is just biblically speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great, Bree, collabing with R and Ra on arachnids, because I know he likes...
really?
He's a reptile guy himself.
Yes. Well, I saw his snake baby on his shoulder while he was debating.
Talk about snake evolution.
My niece, I do not think she watches this podcast, but shout out to my niece who has her own snake baby on here, or in her cage somewhere. Collaborating with R and Ra on arachnids. Woo!
That's great.
The thespian, that's illegal in 13 states. God damn it, Peabot. Whew, yeah, let me tell you. I always like to talk about Mary, too. And they're always like, well, don't you know that in the times, like 12 years old was like, but they always try to bring that up when they attack. That should be kind of our job. In fact, if you would like to have a clean slate while you do so, come to atheism. God, I always listen to David Wood. He just sounds like such an atheist. It's not until you gotta get them to a side that they actually give their points. I guess I shouldn't hate when they're attacking each other because
coax them in.
Yes, and I love a prostate prophet, so sending love to a prostate prophet.
Absolutely.
Let's think. You can hear the gears.
We're an
Senator
hour in,
Cato.
we gotta-
I know.
yeah,
Can
there
I
you go.
tell you? I'm so just like you said. This will be saved a little bit. So here's the thing, though. Like I always feel cheesy when I just read a list. It always feels like just an ad. And yet when we're doing this, it feels like we're actually making content. One day, I swear, I want to make like 10, 20-hour like premiere episodes of just like our open housing, and it's just going to be like fall asleep to our, because I've seen it of Bill Burr and other comedians and things.
Right, we're an hour in. We got our first Bill Burr.
Got our Bill Burr. Yo, how awesome. I talk about Avatar forever. This is I'm just so fucking happy that, and I knew it. There? I have to get all my things in. That you don't bet against James Cameron, ladies and gentlemen.
A threesome with you, Bill Burr, and
James Cameron. Yeah, I don't know if he what his view on all that is, but I'm up for it. I'm up for that. I'd have a threesome with Bill Burr and his lovely wife Nia. Please, by all means. Nia, oh God, you gonna get a log here. I'm just trying to get my Bostonian out. Sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us separation of church of state important now more than ever, as well as sending so much love to James Wolfe as we shout at the moon.
So much love.
Oh, we see him out there and everywhere. He sends us so much love. And Disciple Day, because theists can be skeptics too. That's right, baby.
They can.
And then, that's right. Hey, listen, I don't judge it. Now, I generally, I always say, we probably disagree on whether they're being skeptical to their religious beliefs. They probably think they are. But the only thing you need to do is identify as a skeptic, in my opinion, is to be skeptical of claims until they have evidence. If you do that. But sending to the two last, but certainly not least, we are sending love to all. We are using our big brains and sending love to Ian.
Thanks, Ian. Another Aussie out there.
That's right. Sending so much love because Ian sends love to us. Hug, 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 hug. And last, but certainly not last, the galaxy in your hand, because creation, especially the young Earth variety, have no models. No moths, no models. They do not know how a planet forms, a galaxy forms, and really can't tell you much about the universe. So, yeah, but thank you, Ian Davenport and Matt Deig. They can tell us how to count dukes. I was going to say that cooking lesson that you had.
Cooking with Yahweh.
Yeah, cooking with Yahweh. And thank you. Please send love to yourself, because we're sending love to you. To all of the people who send in super chats, all of our channel members, sending so much love. In fact, again to Caterpillar.
Caterpillar, new member.
That's right. And our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I thought Rose was a model. And Rose, funny enough, my middle name. Thought it was pretty. Amy Rose also. And this is just a coincidence. But
like every Jewish girl family
has a
girl
Rose.
In the Jewish family was Rose in the middle name.
I have named Rose.
Met like 20 of them.
Now I did this for my mother, but my grandmother's name was Ruth, so I picked Rose to be named after her, as I think is the Jewish tradition, because it made her happy, and that makes me happy that it made her happy. Also, Amy Rose just happens to be the pink Sonic, the pink hedgehog from Sonic. I am not a furry, but I'm a video gamer. I love you furries if you're out there.
Furries.
Or I like Nico's. I'm more a Nico fan. Nico, Neko, tomato. But yes, sending love to all of you out there. And yeah, I am actually. Space Potato says, I am a skeptical theist. I believe theism provides the best chance of survival from an evolutionary standpoint. That's an interesting thing. So, I like that you're a skeptic. I'll take that you're a skeptical theist. I would be interested in talking about that because
that is an
I would
interesting
say,
concept.
but I would say that James and I are doing what we do because we think that it's better for society. We really go that far. We get pushback sometimes because we're like, you guys are just atheist activists. And we're like, but welcome on board. We're great to have you.
Fits where it...
Exactly. And all right, I'm just going to be right back for 1 second as I put James on screen with this on here, and then we are going live with the opposition viewpoint as we hear from Joel Richardson proof of
a new guy,
giants on Mount Sinai.
Somebody new to our channel, somebody desperate for a seat in Amy's hot seat, but he got it. He might not have wanted it, but he ended up getting a trip to the girl deck. So how's everybody doing tonight? Glad to see everybody back. Yeah, it's good to be back. Probably do a couple more shows later in the week. I know Pat was talking about coming on. Well, this probably would have been a good episode for him because it does touch on a little bit of archaeology, but we'll have him on probably sometime in the next week to do a archaeological look at some of the claims that creationists make. But you're a pagan, Beamsy, but you're pretty close. You're very very skeptical in your thinking, and you don't let your religious beliefs interfere with your beliefs about reality and nature. So it's about as close as you can get, you know. About as close as you can get. And Bree, I think as long as you keep paying, I think you can ride as long as you want. I don't think there's a time limit, but we'll let her answer that when you get back. Oh, so yeah, I found this video just a couple days ago. You know, I'm always on the prowl looking for. Sometimes YouTube just shows it to you. It just pops up in your feed, and hey, take a look at this. I think that's what this one did. I think this was one of the ones like, hey, we've got religious people saying crazy stuff. You like to watch those kind of videos, right? Well, yeah, hey. And we got a doozy with this one. Getting close to the Christmas holiday. Coming up less than a week away. So obviously we don't believe anything mystical about Christmas. We don't believe I don't even think Jesus ever existed as a person, but it's still it just boils down to spending time with family and the people you care about. And that's what it comes down to. So yeah. I don't get bothered by it. People say Merry Christmas. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't think it's anything to get worried about, offended about.
And all right, with that, thank you so very much, James. We are going to switch into the opposition viewpoint, or rather a video from the channel, Joel Richardson, of proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. Our bodies are ready. And while I'm queuing that up, they are. I will say that I think we're going to do it on 1.25. But if you or anyone else out there think that it's a little bit too off,
audible.
Yes.
Hey guys, it's Joel.
Okay. Ba-do-do-do. Jazz hands and away.
Gay we go. Oh,
Yes, generally, and twice on Tuesdays. And by the way, James, if you and I feel like you want to know because we all do.
sure.
My beardometer, we have the I would say a basic cutoff point. Now it's getting a little long,
A little scruffy.
a little scruffy. It's still well maintained. I feel like the problem here is that this beard should be pushed in either direction. You either need some length to make it like the full beard, or you need to cut off some length to have like the whole thing covered, but it not hanging off. It's not bad. It's well groomed. I just feel like it could be pushed in either direction.
He could step it up a little bit, his beard game.
Exactly. But James, can't we all? And with that, we are getting into proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. I feel like we're really going to believe now, along with a little bit of commentary by these two schmucks.
So you're all doing well. It's good to be back after a very...
Oh, that's funny. Now I can't hear it because it's coming through. There we go. Let me start that over. I know you guys did, but...
Let's start this again.
Aha!
Now I can't hear him.
Now you can't hear it. Yeah. Okay. We're going to try that one more time.
Let's start this again.
Can you hear?
Since either
Yes.
Have...
All right. Well, the third time is the charm, ladies and gentlemen. We are, in fact, Skeptic and Ranting, and we are going to be looking at a video from Joel Richardson on proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. Please send in all of your questions at James W. or at Amy Newman as we listen to the opposition viewpoint with a little bit of commentary from two schmucks.
Hey guys, it's Joel Richardson. Trust that you're all doing well. It's good to be back after a very long hiatus. It's been a while since either Dalton or myself have taught or put up any new teaching.
By the way, I'm not criticizing his background or look. I just want to say that if you were looking to become a hipster, please observe. There you go.
Sessions.
If he had, once again, I'm not hating, but he just needs like an IPA right here. Maybe like a little bit of a 420 symbol. Yes.
We did just announce a few weeks ago that come the turn of the year, we're going to be jumping in full bore, full steam. We're going to be going hard. Not only be jumping.
Oh my, go hard on me, Daddy.
Revelation.
I
we
do.
Actually have a handful of
yes, exactly. Got the flannel
launching at the same time. So if over the past few months you're like, man, I really missed the study on Revelation, that's okay because you're going to have like 4 or 5 different.
It's going to be okay because none of it's going to happen anyway.
As we jump into 2023.
Good.
Not just Dalton and myself, but also Jeff Henderson, who's the current director of Frontier Lines.
And I like a nice salt and pepper.
Has been with the organization from the beginning, also an amazing teacher. And not only are we going to be putting everything out as videos, but we're also going to be launching all of them as podcasts as well. If you're more of an audio listener, like to listen in the car on the way to work or whatnot, everything will be put out as well in audio files, so multiple platforms. And we're really excited to jump into this. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is very different. I'm actually going to be talking about the Giants. Now, let me just say this. Over the past...
the
Giants.
Exactly. Yesterday, we were talking about the Sermon on the Mount. The other day, I was talking about how Jesus was washing feet. Now, we're going to be talking about giants. You know, the norm. What's up, Shane the Skeptic?
Hey, Shane.
And everybody out there,
has there's been certain segments of the body of Christ, let me just put it this way, many within the sort of Bible prophecy community that have been almost obsessed with the subject of giants and the
You're on mute, Amy.
Have to do it a few
least
times
one.
a podcast, at least one. I love this because he is giving a warning right now, because he's like, I'm tired of all these people on the internet doing giant videos.
Now I'm
Nonetheless,
yeah, it's time.
it's time.
Pat, maybe the New York Giants or the San Francisco Giants. Maybe that's who we're talking about.
That's who it's gotta be.
This is a New York Giants fan podcast.
Right there. Right there.
As opposed to the Bears podcast.
All right. See, I had no idea it was a sports podcast. Now I'm ready.
There you go.
aliens and UFOs and
Oh, right. He's still criticizing the people. He's still criticizing the people who make videos that he's about to make. Let's continue.
these type of things. Now, to be clear, I want to make it very clear. I do fully believe that Genesis 6, when it talks about the sons of God coming down and going into the daughters of men, I do believe that the Bible teaches, in fact, I think it's very clear, that these fallen watchers, these fallen divine beings, these fallen principalities actually did have children with humans.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
No, he's just saying he's all in. He's all in with the crazy. He's yeah. They really did.
Had what with the who? In the backyard with the oh my
on the
Lord.
trampoline.
Whew. I mean, the logistics of that would just be ridiculous. I'm now imagining maybe a little bit too much. Like, how does that work?
With obviously female humans, and they produce these
Oh,
sort of hybrid.
I love that. Oh, and I also I didn't even do it. You know what?
Obviously,
I'll do.
No, they had babies with male humans. What's this guy's name again? Who are you again, sir?
I love that it's, of course. I mean, like, they gotta have sex with the females because it's always somehow it's like the personification of them, and then they get virgins or women or whatever vaginas they can find nearby somewhere to throw into their mythology as spoils of war. Also, another thing that comes out of nowhere in this, war. Lots and lots about war. I was going to do an opening. I now realize I'll do an opening after he's done this before we go to an intro or opening mic.
Well,
Giants.
pause it
And you had all
again.
sorts of different
Because
sorts of the Nephilim.
Space Potatoes making actually a really great point. And this is what Amy's made this point before, like, how do angels and humans equal giants? How do the genetics of that work? And then I've said, like, okay, so we're the baby. How would a normal-sized human woman give birth to a giant baby? Not like a 9 or 10 pound baby, but if these guys are like 20 feet tall, then as babies, these would be orders of magnitude larger than a human baby. How is a human woman going to
not gonna happen
and give birth to it? It just doesn't even work.
It makes no sense. It is like human plus giant equal angel. Where do you get wings? Like, I can tell they don't understand evolution because that shit made no sense.
They didn't even read your Nation of Angels book yet.
It's not even that. Like, it's both things. Not only do they not understand science, but it's just shitty mythology. Like, it's just so random. It would be like humans plus vampire gives you a werewolf baby. I mean, I guess you could create that. It just doesn't make sense. Why would it give you a werewolf baby if you had sense of the vampire? Like, once again, we're dealing with mythologies that don't exist in the real world. So
Right,
technically
right.
speaking, if you want to do it, you can create something and pull something out of your butt, and someone, if you make it work with it internally within the world,
Internal
people
places,
will pay money to eat popcorn to it. But it doesn't make sense in reality.
Doesn't
Like
mean
there's
it's real,
nothing that says like a giant 30-foot man like really ramming that pee like
into a
it's
woman.
that's true. Well, that's funny. 2 peas, yes. Ramming the pee into the pee does not seem to give you like a flying divine being. Like, at what point does a giant human give you a fucking angel? That is just. Whew.
Ooh.
Gotta start growing, ladies and gentlemen. I guess men. And dear Lord, please help the women. Well, I guess they can't have angel babies because let me tell you, or giant babies, because just like you were saying, that fit. First of all, what size are we dealing with here? These women, these poor women. Listen, I make the joke that we want like unlimited
Infinite size,
but there's a reason that my mom has a joke, okay, and she says, I'm a pain in the butt, and I'm a little bit too big to put back in. That's what she's trying to say is your joke. I'm a little bit too big, and that's like a 5'9" ish person. Yeah, good luck doing how big's a giant, James?
Ken Hovind says that Noah and his sons were probably 15 to 20 feet tall. So.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that. They grew up
That's
like
3 to 4 times your average human size today.
Oh, see, they just grow up. Well, no, see, I guess so. I'm just trying to figure out, first of all, like, if it's a giant, does that mean that they have a small dilly dong? Because a small dilly dong on a giant would be the only way that it would work. Because
We'd
if
have
it's
to refer to Ken Hovind's penis size chart.
Like, are you're gonna end up like shish kebabbing these women? Oh my god! Okay, proof of biblical giant. Yeah. This is why you don't think of. This is why religious people don't think of logistics. When I think that the only way that I made angels work,
she thinks about taking that dick.
Is that they're fucking humans? The only difference between my angels and Wingles in my story is that one have wings because they grew up they adjusted to an environment that they needed to fly, and the others didn't. That's it. But they're humans. But that's not going to be here. Oh, and mine's fictional. I know mine are fictional. I just made it up. Just went like that.
Pulled it out
anyway, yes. But let's go to something that definitely, totally wasn't pulled. I mean, James, it says so in a book.
An old book, too.
Old book.
It's an old book, yeah.
That were giants. And then you had all sorts of different sort of descendants of the Nephilim, not only before the flood, but after the flood. You had the Rephaim and the Anakim, and of course the most famous
people who never existed.
The first usage of
that never happened.
Yeah. Well, I always love the Muslims always start off with a weird basis because they're always like Christianity's not true. And I'm like, I know we're atheists. And they're like, well, Islam has the most archaeological, or the Quran has the most archaeological evidence in history. And I'll be like, is Moses, Adam didn't exist, Moses didn't exist, and Noah didn't exist. And then
Abraham didn't exist.
Yeah,
Isaac, Jacob, none of them existed.
None of those. And then at their point, they're just like, well, you're not a reasonable person to talk to. I'm like, why? I thought we were starting from the position that these older religions were silly. No.
This giant of all was Goliath. Okay, so I want to be very clear. I do believe this is biblical. However, I've sort of tried to avoid it talking about it too much because I do
It
believe
sounds
it's
a little
bit,
crazy.
if I can say this, a bit of a fascination, a fixation, again, in certain segments of the body of Christ.
Once again, this is him doing a 3-minute warning because he's like, listen, I know that people
I'm
who
gonna
do
take shit
videos
for
like this sound crazy, okay? When you're defending giants on Mount Sinai, you don't always sound like the most rational person, and this guy probably just likes saying, talking about parables. James, all the nice things Jesus said.
Oh, right, yeah. The nice things, like,
Yeah,
I forgot.
I came here not to
Like when he cursed
make
out the
peace,
tree
but bring a sword.
for not making fruit out of season, and he killed the tree. Because the disciples, they heard the conversation that Jesus was having with the tree, because Jesus ran up ahead, so they were walking on the road, but they could hear Jesus talking to the tree. They could hear the conversation that Jesus was having, so they knew. And that's how we know, because they wrote it down, because Jesus didn't actually write anything, but there were people around him, I guess, who did decades later.
Yeah, and also Paul never met Jesus. Just a little tangent. Never met him. Visions aren't real.
On what I would refer to as the peripheral or the fringe. It's almost like people get bored with just the main and the plain, get bored with just reading Ephesians and talking about faithfulness and a life of prayer and listening to the Holy Spirit.
It does get pretty boring, I'll tell you.
Walking with the Lord, we get bored of that. And so it is pretty boring. Sort of these fringe topics.
And then we have to do videos like proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. Oh, also, I should have added, not just that, but photos shared publicly for the first time.
Well, and I mean, the thing is, Pastor, buddy, is if you're going to read through Ephesians and all these things about a prayer and a walk, but if that same book says crazy shit about giants, then if we don't really even talk about that, maybe that kind of undermines the rest of the shit the book says, If you're
he's not like, I don't believe it. He's just like, I'm kind of embarrassed about the people who bring this shit up all the time.
UFO demons and Bob Larson and witchcraft demons. Yeah.
That's true. We don't kink shame here. We only, that is the one thing. We always say we condone the one type of good slavery that there is, and that is getting on your hands and knees between someone's thighs, worshiping your partner or a lover. But besides that,
worshiping that cock,
James, it's really just a big clit if you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Besides that, nothing else.
Gavin and Bob Larson now, and who else is down there? Or big worshippers.
An Iron Horse.
Iron Horse, yeah, awesome.
Yeah, soon there would be a
devout worshippers.
Apologetics convention, but it's always good to have a community.
And again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about them, but I think there's been a bit of an overemphasis, a bit of just excessive fascination.
Please stop talking about it.
But I want to be clear. I do believe that the Bible does teach that there were giants. In fact, that's what we're going to talk about today.
That's what I mean. Can you hear the cognitive dissonance just going on right now? I mean, and this is what it means to be I hate taking pot shots because I view myself once again politically as a moderate, but this is what it means to be a religious moderate. Like, this man is towing the line so hard because he believes all of that's about to come out of his mouth for the next 20-something minutes. And yet, this isn't probably what he talks about at his sermons.
Right.
You can tell he's like, all of these internet theists are like obsessing over UFOs and giants, and well, I don't think it's healthy. Nonetheless, it's true. Totally true.
Totally
But like,
it's all real.
Yeah.
It's all real.
The mental gymnastics that one must go through. But yeah, anyway, let's continue on. Proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai.
What I'm actually going to do is share with you all some pictures of a painting that I took a few years ago when I went to Mount Sinai, known as Jebel al-Lawz in Saudi Arabia for the first time. I guess this is about 5 years ago now. When we found these pictures, I'll tell the whole story of how we found them.
Oh, please.
And I genuinely believe the pictures show a battle between the Israelites, normal.
Oh, I was going to say these aren't work safe. Okay. Actually, what's funny is for whatever reason, it's just how we view things, but like, if it was porn, it would not be work safe. But it's just people dying. It's just people getting horribly murdered. Not as much so as you think. We'll get to that in a second. But
sized people and giants. Now they're very primitive. It's a very primitive painting. I want to be clear. You're not going to look at some incredible illustration like, whoa, it's proof, But this actually is pretty powerful in light of where it is, in light of everything else that's around it, and in light of what it very well may be portraying, which is the battle between Israel and the Amalekites. This was a very important part.
I also love this because it's like he ends up throughout this taking what he thinks are biblical passages, as he's talking about right now, and then, he was talking about UFOs, but like, it is a similar thing that UFO people do. So see if you can spot it.
Of the Exodus story, and I actually believe that we do have evidence that this biblical account of Israel fighting the Amalekites, with the Amalekites themselves being a clan of giants, that we actually have proof of this biblical
clan of giants.
So this is really cool.
But what I like, once again, we're through his 3 minutes of warning on how all the people who basically talk about this are silly, and then it's just right on in. Like, this is what it's showing. The biblical account of giants at Mount Sinai. He's happy to be sharing with you actual evidence. His only source, and I should have, maybe I'll do it again as he quotes like a single doctor that like sounds like a type of creationist, their version of what the hell in Jurassic Park. It's the only thing. He quotes one person, and let's find out who.
Cool. Again, I've never shared these pictures publicly.
Never before seen.
Look at some of the scriptures first, just to lay the backdrop. I don't want to take too much time today. We'll look at a few other paintings that I found, and then we'll look at the pictures.
We're ready.
J.B. Russell, is this is the place I showed you guys a year ago?
Yeah.
There you go. Fantastic. Where the Exodus was at Mount Sinai. Well, Jamie, we have undeniable proof for you in this. Honestly, like the evidence that's about to be seen here, put through genetic researchers have come together, different art teams, a 3D and a 2D team working simultaneously to get renders up. It was hard to get, like, I feel like the processing power, but
it took a lot of work.
Yes, to show the composite image that we're going to share. I do want to suggest that if you kept your 3D glasses over from Avatar, hang on. You may want to keep them for the later part of this episode. Because we are, once again, talking proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai.
Absolutely.
Sinai. Also, photos of shared publicly for the first time. James, we are breaking ground.
Of the painting of the battle between Israel and the Amalekites. So first, let me just begin by talking a bit about the genealogy.
First, I would like to just get to know you.
Okay, so in Genesis 36, 11 through 12.
Hi.
This always gets a little complicated. I'll read through and then
It
explain it.
does.
It says the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho.
Good.
Naming more
That's-
people who never existed because the Bible loves to. The more details they add, they figure like, hey, no one would make up fake names for.
It also has so many names, and yet it like yeets so many people. There's only like a few people that it hangs on to. Like Moses is really, as
Like they
far
got
as
tired
I
of
can
making
tell,
up new
he
people.
was our main character. I know. They just get the it's like,
Okay, all right. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, whatever. We're not
Yo.
making up new patriarchs for a while.
My favorite part of this is also coming up, and he breaks. He breaks so hard, and I would break too. I broke way faster than he did, but it's just funny. But I'm skipping. I'm skipping. Oh god, it's funny. It's just you'll see.
Gatam and Kenaz. So Eliphaz was one of the sons of Esau. Okay, so you had Jacob, who became known as Israel, and then his brother was Esau. Okay, and they became the Edomites. Okay, the kingdom of Edom.
Yeah. Okay.
Eat 'em up. You guys should call your show Nuts and Gum Together at Last. Sending so much love, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie.
Esau's son was Eliphaz, and then it says Timnah was a concubine of Eliphaz. So Eliphaz had children with a woman named Timnah.
And
he bore Amalek. Okay, so Amalek is the grandson of Esau through Timnah. Now, here's where it gets a little bit complicated.
I'm gonna keep on pausing it because I'm just juicing, savoring, seasoning the moment for that's coming.
Is in Deuteronomy 2. Okay, it tells us the story, verses 10 through 12, and then verses 20 through 23. It says that the Horites. Okay, now Timnah was a Horite.
A Horite, yeah.
Just number one does it to me. Okay, we should have. I'm gonna have a Horite counter. I could be the counter. Boom! That's one. How many times it's gonna say the word Horite? And I also want to see how long it takes him for break and surprise. He does. I would have broken a lot longer. It's just I broke on number one, honestly. But it's a Christian, half a fundamentalist. Who the fuck knows? But I guess so. He believes all this. He believes all this shit, but personally, at private, in his home, with his nice. Yeah, with a good and a nice stout. Woo! And hey, I sent in all the love right back to you, Jay. And we tease back and forth. We always love, actually, all of our theist brothers and sisters that come on. I think Jamie knows we love him.
Most of them.
But it's complicated. Like the Spider-Verse new trailer just dropped. Not that I would know, but go check it out. It's awesome. Miles Morales.
Timnah is listed as being a Horite. It says that the Horites were defeated and displaced by the Edomites. That they were a people, the Horites were a people that lived in the hill country of Seir, in the kingdom or in the region of Edom, but they were eventually displaced. Now, Deuteronomy 2, again, it lists the Horites among other giant clans. It actually lists them side by side with other clans.
Hold on. Let me just, because I told you this was my favorite part, so let me say it. Let me eat this a little bit. He just said the word Horite 5 times. I feel like if he never broke, it wouldn't even be worth it too. But I know it's coming. Eat. I might a whore.
That are known to be among the giant.
Right, baby.
So it tells us that those people, the Horites, are among the Rephaim or the Anakim. Okay, they are the descendants of the Nephilim. So if you're again really if you follow, Michael.
Once again, he's just like he's talking about this, like J.K. Rowling was just talking about, like the lineages which descended to Harry Potter. Like, it's not real.
No, that should ever happen.
Exactly.
has done a really good job of just sort of working through the biblical narrative concerning the giants. As I said, there are others that sort of really focus on the fringe, speculative, sort of ideas here, and that's.
Beamsy says, "Are Horites like the Candyman? Say it 3 times in the mirror, and one appears behind you to peg
you have to try that out, Beams.
I will say that I have done that experiment, and I know the results for myself. But just like James says, I guess you're just gonna have to find out." That takes so much love.
Beamsy. Make a video of yourself doing it and post it.
It's the stuff that I try to generally avoid, but Dr. Heiser has done a great job.
I bet you do.
Using a lot of the stuff
yeah, he scrubbed it from his browser history. Right, this isn't. Yeah, I know. Though that what I love, and we are knee deep at this point, is that
balls deep in
is that he's like, we wouldn't align ourselves with all of those crazy people who believe in giants. Nonetheless, I mean, giants are real.
Oh,
right?
Like,
we all know that.
Like Satan flying around in UFOs. Yeah. We don't make videos like that. But actually, Amy, though, no. Satan really does fly around in UFOs. We're totally down with that. Yeah. It's Satan. Don't worry.
It's Satan or Sam, who's 50%.
Care. Oh,
yes. But just like you're saying, Mark, it is just so funny that this guy, he goes home, he kisses his wife, he turns the light off and goes to bed and thinks he is the same rational Christian. That this guy doesn't think he's fringe. He believes in giants, and yet he has rationalized it to where he's like, yeah, I believe in giants, but like, not UFOs. Someone's always going to outdo you. I know, exactly.
Satan flying around in a UFO, that'll be the next video.
But yes, proof of biblical giants at Mount
UFOs
Sinai.
UFOs are Satan, Amy. Did you
totally good. Oh, we everyone's Satan. It's amazing how everyone, except for them and God, and maybe a few angels if they believe in angels. But everyone else.
Now, I want to shift to the... Okay, so again, we've laid the backdrop. Amalek, his mother was a Horite. Okay, a Horite.
Your mother's a whore.
I'm sorry. Okay. I laughed for a good minute the first time I heard that.
Yeah.
Because
your mother's a Horite.
So it was 7. 7 broke him. That's a lot. I have to give it to him. Saying the word Horite and not making a whore joke. I don't know who wouldn't have broken. So I'll hand it to you. Nonetheless, yeah.
Your mother is a Horite. So in any case,
your mother's a Horite. Yeah.
Fudge.
Packer.
And he got into it. Did you see how happy he was to make that
finally,
joke?
Finally got to do it. He's been
exactly. He gave it a little bit. He got to actually make the joke that was probably in the back of his mind since the first time that he said, all right. Number 8, he let go.
Amalek, most likely from a biblical perspective, was at least half giant. Okay, so now we have the story.
I love that. He was probably half giant. I think it was on his father's side because all of them were. They were all male because they women.
All big.
All big. God damn it.
Story where Israel goes to battle with the Amalekites. It's part of the Exodus account. It's in the book of Exodus, chapter 17. And this is very important because as Israel is trying to get to the mountain of God, they're trying to get to Sinai.
True.
They're at a place called Rephidim. And again, Exodus 17 tells us that that's where they fought the Amalekites. So it says Amalek came and fought against Israel at Rephidim.
I mean,
again,
we're now talking about fictional wars that didn't happen with fictional
Right.
creatures that didn't happen with fictional people that did not exist.
From a fictional book.
From a book that should be in the fiction section. I used to be that atheist. I don't anymore. I used to be. So sending love to, I think Kendra used to deal with the brunt of it when I was here. I used to be. All the theists and Christians out there are probably like, this is not your edgy atheist stage. No, I did go through a stage where I was like, yeah, middle finger to churches, and I was putting Bibles, and I went through all of that.
Pastors suck your dick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you deal that happens for a reason, because you felt, and less so because, you know, I had a watered down version. By the time I realized that I was being lied to, I was so out of there that because I left not because of atheist reasons. I left because Super Nintendo was way more interesting than the Torah. And so, yeah, wasn't a competition, folks. And then much later, I got interested in all of this stuff. I read the Torah and the Talmud way more than I do now. We both do, I think. Yeah, I think that's just the nature of being an ex, whatever the hell we are. It's the people that don't read this, unless they're doing this shit, trying to prove frantically that giants are real.
Beginning in verse 8. So Moses said to Joshua, choose men for us and go out, fight against them.
Joshua, that's our chapter. So we're talking about Exodus.
Tomorrow, he says, I will
station. Sorry, let me hear that again.
It says choose men.
Best fighters. Let's go fight these guys. Tomorrow, he says, I will station myself on top of the hill.
Oh, got you. That would be way back. I missed that.
This part. Yeah, about the hands probably. There you go.
The staff of God in my hand.
Oh.
Moses had a lot of confidence in the staff. This thing had split the Red Sea. It's here at Rephidim where he strikes the rock at Horeb and water gushes forth. Okay, so this staff has been
8.5
reliable for Moses up in the hills. I'm going to stand up on the hill with the staff of God in my hand. Joshua did as Moses told him, and he fought against Amalek.
Exactly. I'm sad because I had listened to this before, and I really wanted to make a choose men joke. So I guess I'm going to do it right now, because just glad that we have a fine selection of the hottest either young men or giants on the street. I like them tall, dark, and handsome. Let's bring it on, baby.
Her went up to the top of the hill. So you've got, it calls it a hill.
Sometimes, but I really like all guys.
Between hill and mountain.
You can win us over with your personality.
There's a fine line there. In fact, it's really unos and bunos. It's like hard to even know the difference. So it came about when Moses held his hands up that Israel prevailed. And when he let his hands down, Amalek prevailed. It's interesting that when Moses...
Oh my goddess, he's talking about the passage.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah. Yes. The Bible is all this weird stuff. Speaking of stuff I never learned in Hebrew school, fucking story where Moses is sitting there at a battle. God made a promise, a very specific promise to Moses. Said, go into battle. As long as you keep your hands held high, your men will win at combat, and thus you will win the war. And not only is it true, but there's actually a little piece of the part where he wavers. I don't know if he was just testing God out or fucking, and people, he's like, his hands go down and a bunch of people die. And he's like, oh, and then he has to hold his hands back up. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry, that's the New Testament. Indeed. There is also an option of, see, I wanted that to be refining men, but that's reining men, and maybe that's, going to town on men. What?
Representative of the Messiah, the greatest among the prophets until one greater than Moses came along. When he held up his hands,
Wasn't greater than Moses. It was just that God was like, "You're not entering the promised land, so time to die." What kind of miracle is that? As long as you raise the roof, you'll win. It is just the silliest logic. I don't know what game God is playing, and let me tell you, God doesn't do that shit anymore. It is really like the Old Testament. You were God's ants, and I really don't know if you'd want to be God's chosen people or against him.
Probably not.
Because, like, it ends badly for almost all sides. Somehow, even for Yahweh.
in the position of the Messiah on the cross, Israel prevailed over her enemies.
Oh, I love that.
When he put his
he just made the claim that because Jesus was going Moses was going, it was exactly like Jesus getting nailed like this. T-pose. James, did you know every time that I have to create a 3D rig, this is creating the bones for a new 3D character model, I have to do a religious ceremony. You see, I have to start them just like our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in a T-pose. It's the only way to really rig a character, and I like to think I can do so other ways. But it's just
crucified Newman.
Yes, just because
our new Lord and Savior.
I like to think because that rigging a mesh in the T-pose starts defaultly in this position. I like to think that it's a sign that Jesus is actually in control of the universe and was trying to communicate through us through Maya, the program.
In Amy Newman, we trust.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can just pull this shit from your butt. But all of these memories, Amalekites. I actually fly on Amalekites. There's a much worse joke in there. So, fighting on the slopes of Mount Sinai. All of these things gone wrong, like tears in the rain. Maybe it's just like my mother. Maybe it's just like my father. Too bold, I got those lyrics switched around. Like tears in the rain. Time to die. Yes, basically. Guessing. Game
hands
end.
down as a prophetic picture, so to speak, of who Moses is a foreshadow of. When his hands were up, Israel would defeat their enemies.
I like how, once again, he starts out trying to say he's not a conspiracy theorist. Is this the common apologetic that Moses was doing?
I've never heard that that's an analog to Jesus, because Jesus was like crucified with his hand. I've never heard a preacher make that comparison. But hey, you learn, you hear something new every time.
Yes, it seems like a Joel Richardson ism. I always like it. If you want to just criticize something, you just add an ism or an ite, and then it's scary. He also used to, I think the Catholic Church used to do that. That's where a lot of, that's where Calvinism comes from.
Protestantism.
Lutheranism. Yeah, exactly. Because it was tradition to name the it after the person, because the person was always trying to be like, no, it's not about me, it's about God or the larger movement, or insert your whatever. And so it was like a stick up your thumb to say, no, it's about this guy. And both are right. Both are right. Like, charismatic leaders tend to always be, like, especially cult leaders, tend to be assholes. And
go figure.
And the Catholic Church doesn't have it right either. So the Protestants, the Catholics, the Orthodox, Dun, 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 dun.
Speaking of cult leaders, Ken Hovind's trial got pushed back again. So
Oh my.
yeah, he's gloating about it because he just keeps on saying like, oh, they consider it so low priority they'll never actually get to it. But
they'll get to you,
they'll get
Kent,
to you,
baby.
Kent. They'll get to it, Kent. Yeah.
Crucified Amy Newman. If you rig your own Amy Newman, you can row her gently down the stream, merrily, merrily, merrily too. All right. Anyway, he's going to trial. What for? So Kent is actually a scientist. He's been both a teacher and a scientist for a while. One of his science experiments went wrong. He used to perform them on his ex-wives. It turns out that you can't perform gravity experiments on your ex-wives, and so he is going to be peer-reviewed by a jury of his peers to see if any of it manages to stick. And if so, he'll be published at many a penitentiary. It's going to be... No, I'm sure.
Again.
He'll figure out some way of slithering. Setting so much, people. I always like to do. You ever see my impression of Ken Hovind?
Oh.
Okay. Oh.
Another mugshot. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. A little bit.
Verse 12. But Moses' hands were heavy. Then they took a
So
stone and
heavy.
put it under
I
him.
know.
He sat on
His
it.
hands were heavy. I'm sorry, but like, as I choke on air, like, now that we've read this shit, I can't believe
now that you're hearing
they
them
talk
talk about it. Yeah.
Like yes, now hearing it as an apologetic from the guy trying to sell himself as, I'm just your door-to-door guy who believes in giants. That's bullshit. I mean, literally, his hands got heavy and his soldiers almost died. Yeah, well, what's it called? The everyman. Everyone thinks they are the everyman, the everywoman. And that's what this guy is trying to say. Some people try to come off as contrarian. Some people, that is like, this guy, I can tell, he is embarrassed about what he believes. However, once he gets into it, he believes it. So he's going to give his heart and his all to it. He's given us this passage that makes no sense. So that he can convince us that there really was a war between men and giants. That is what he is talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
The giants lost the war because they were bad.
Bad, naughty giants.
And then Aaron and Hur supported his hands. They held his hands up so that he could maintain.
Yes. Can I tell you the funny thing? And it's just because I wouldn't say a trollish, but like just anytime I'm on Civilization and I host a game, I'm like, this is my first time playing Halo. I do the same for other games if I'm on League or something like else. But yes. Because it always drives people crazy. They want to be like the first one to tell me like, this isn't Halo. If a joke only makes you laugh, is it still funny? I like to think so, ladies and gentlemen. It works every time, too.
It
reminds me of
with yourself.
With myself. Blow Me Away is also a good song, and I listen to it over and over again. It helps me, once again, it helps me write. Blow me away. Only the strongest will survive. Go check it out. It's good. They wrote it for Halo, very specifically. Why is their name elude me? I'll look it up while we're doing this.
retain the position. It's a very strange story. When Moses' hands were up, Israel would win.
You don't say.
Yeah, no shit.
Would defeat Amalek.
Captain Obvious over
They held his
here.
hands up on one side and on the other. Thus his hands were steady until the sun set. So
Breaking
Joshua,
Benjamins.
along with the men,
Fantastic
overwhelmed Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. This was a bloody battle. Then the Lord said to Moses, write this in a book
It's
as a
the
memorial.
it's the Torah, it's the
Cite
Old
it to
Testament.
Joshua. Write this down
Everything's
in a book.
fucking brutal.
Remember this. Memorialize this. Okay, what did Moses use to write in a book on a scroll?
This guy
And
is
I will
so
do this without
close. I'm sorry. This guy is this close to selling you a VPN. We're gonna end up selling VPNs one day and eating our own words.
We'll get a
but
sponsorship, yeah.
I would love, because I would. Here's my Bill Burr number 2 of it. I would totally Bill Burr it. Whatever it is, it will not, because I listen. Anytime I hear a fucking advertisement, I skip through it and it kills me, because they need to just. There's ways to do it. You just got to be interesting. But he does. He does look like. I can't help it. He's not an ugly guy. We're roasting him. I just put together. I actually like a combo of like the plain tee, and then you have something going out. I'm a girl who likes layers. Even got an accessory. He looks like the type of guy that's trying to go for. I was raised in a rural upbringing, but I'm now doing big city stuff. Cool. But like, why are you trying to sell us at biblical giants at Mount Sinai? Is that important to your Christianity? Do you really have to go this far? James. James.
What happened?
You know how we kind of throw just consistent bait into the water? So, welcome, Dark Stranger Jungle Buddy. Welcome to the channel. I know that you're probably not your biggest fan, or you're not our biggest fan yet, but we warm up. We are snuggle bunnies ourselves. Someone want to gender? No. Oh, I don't gender. Bend. I would say I lean just towards the feminine. But I mean, certain things in life, there's only so many ways you can make a hot pocket. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really feminine or masculine. And so at a certain point, you stop caring about what something as a gender is, and you're just like, let's just get on to other shit. A weirdo. Hey, I'll wear my weirdo flag fly. My joke is always my joke is always the normal people are who you should fear. But yes, exactly. Like Jane says, mocking a man's belief. Thought you were going to say God's belief. A man's belief. Oh, him. Okay, mocking his belief. Yes, we are roasting him. Always a gender bender mocking the creator's word. I'm reading it at this point. I might as well show it up, right? Always mocking the creator's word. Yeah, I will say, James, are you a gender bender?
I don't know what a gender bender is.
So, first of all, that was the most perfect answer you could have gave. That was like the most heterosexual answer. But yes, I don't think James is a gender bender. I don't think that he's genderqueer, experimenting, androgynous, or any of the above.
Any of the 56 genders.
Oh, sending love to Mark Zuckerberg as he tries to... he's trying to create Second Life. A decade. Almost, it could be 2 decades at this point, like fucking after. Like, who told him to make Meta? It's Second Life with VR. And let me tell you, I don't know, I haven't been in there, but if you can't do kinky stuff and you can't do all that kind of stuff, then it's actually worse than Second Life.
Second Life, that was like the... is that still a thing anymore?
It is. It is, for better or for worse.
Like an MMO?
Yes. I can't imagine that it's giant. I haven't been on there in forever. You're going to remind me, and I'm going to go on there. It's how I got my into graphic design, really. It was just a great, because you can have your own 3D space.
You have like your own house and like it's like a second life on a
not
computer.
only can you have your own house, as in your own private property, you can have your own public property. It's hard to explain, but there are different locations, and because they were high traffic areas, they would offer space that you can then rent out monthly or weekly and pay, and then you could sell your items. Game money that has a transaction back and forth. So I spent money and I made money.
I have made
USD, absolutely, 100%. Wow. And so it's how I got into both graphic design and 3D modeling. I'm sorry, Dark. I know we've completely sending love out there.
I don't think he's out there anymore. I think
he probably left before you mock and stomp. Do research on Nephilims. That literally, I don't know. Well, first of all, that's what we are doing. Like, number one, we've read all the chapters that he's brought up, because the atheists, the pagans, the skeptics, we tend to what is that thing, James? You have the book and then you read it. That's
Crack
weird.
It open.
Yeah. It's a novel thing, but but also
that's
this
what the
is
lady
us
from Westboro Baptist Church used to say to the other Christians. He's like, "Oh yeah, you guys have your Bible, but you need to crack it open, and read the damn thing." Yeah.
But also, this is what we're doing. We call this the opposition viewpoint. If their arguments stand up, then
we consider them to be reasonable. But
usually don't. You won't hear us be saying anything bad. We'll just be sitting here agreeing with someone.
Moses used to write in a book on a scroll. And then he says, "I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven." God goes, because of what Amalek did here in trying to stop you.
That sounded like Sauron or someone taking orders from Sauron, but that's whatever. If you want to blot out the sun, you do.
We will erase even the memory of Sparta. Your priests and sages will have their eyes cut out. Yeah.
While he loves you. This is how he's showing. Gotta love in action.
By being like Xerxes from 300.
Exactly. You will love me. But yes, Bree, thank you so much for calling me a freaking goddess. I'm calling you a goddess right back. I try to take chances.
Well,
I completely understand.
She's she's been on 4chan with the Nazis who both say that.
Can I tell you?
The Holocaust didn't happen, and that they want to.
Oh, you cut out. Oh my God. Soros and Mossad got to you. Oh, wait. What's that? Oh, okay. They're going to allow James to eventually come back. That was just his first strike. But yes, I actually spent many a years in 4chan. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it's where I forged a lot of my political identity, becoming almost the exact opposite of a Nazi. And I know that sounds funny, because I used to talk with people who would be like, "Why do you talk to these people?" And I was like, I'm addicted, because before my 20s, I had never met anyone who, they got to James. I had never met anyone who really hated me, it was like an interesting phenomena. I hate to use, to borrow one of those words, because it's the same thing I use for bombing. If you've ever done stand-up, is it's transcendent. You can feel like these waves of people hating you, and it's like this weird thing, because I knew so much of their conspiracies were factually wrong. and it drove me fucking crazy. Like it was like being the only person with evidence of a round Earth when everyone is on a flat Earth channel. And so, yes. And welcome back, James, back from hell.
Yeah.
Is Gilbert doing good?
Yeah, he's all right actually. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, always have to get the timeshares up.
Along with George Carlin.
I pretty much only to pursue TG on 4chan. Yo, 4chan, a lot of people know 4chan is the hate machine. There's actually like 24 boards. Like most of them are to random fucking shit. I really do think there is an actual like knitting 4chan board. There is an LGBTQ one. There is a tech board. Like there's a whole bunch. There's a random, which is where I was raised on the streets of B. Now there's Bant, B-A-N-T. Bants is like a B, but no porn is allowed. So it's like a random, but a little bit more work safe. And then Poll. Poll has been the degenerate part of. It's been the container of which everyone really associates 4chan with either B or Poll, even though everyone, the containment, call them the containment board. Because if you are on another board on 4chan and you start saying racist shit, they're going to tell you to get the off and go back to Poll. Go back to your containment board.
Where it all the crazy shit resides.
Yes. Because don't take that shit here. We're here to talk about video games or anime or whatever the board is. Used to be news, but news was only around for a little while because all of the just like the political board and the politically and the politics and religion server. And it's so funny. I am now, I would say, I'm kind of a modish or a scholar, whatever their position is, over at the politics board. And I am an event manager over at the politics and religion server. I'm now helping both boards. I run streams. Events. There was supposed to be one today, but I had to do something. I watched, I listened to them. But it's just so funny because the people there, the Nazis, when they first come across me and hate me, and they try to get, I see the things, and this is the last, and we'll go on. But like, the tactics that I just went over, those 10 tactics, and the from Sal, the rules for radicals, they're just so effective there. Because the liberal, secular, atheist, LGBTQ person, they fear me. Please, if you are any of those categories I just named, please know that they fear a lot of you with a tremble. And they talk a lot of that hate because they think and give us all this power. Like, I just go in there and go, what a wonderful day it is to control the world.
Right? With the space lizards, the Jewish reptiles.
Yeah, well, I forget. I just talking today because, it is rare, but you do have to learn it on Earth, but you do have to speak, which is the main language on the Galactic Federation.
It's like a form of Klingon.
Yes, very specifically in Galaxy 657. And so, it just so happens that shekels are the only human currency that they'll give out. And so you translate that back into USD, but there's only so much you can do. What's up, Command Cyborg? Hello, world.
Hey, Cyborg.
I'm going to keep on saying how much I love Hello, world. We are talking, in fact, we're finding proof of biblical giants at Mount
Did you
Sinai.
find
This
any
is,
yet?
yeah, that proof's about to be coming.
To get to the mountain, to get to the place where the Lord would enter into covenant with Israel, a betrothal
Shmishman.
covenant, a prophetic precedent for the marriage supper of the Lamb. Because Amalek tried to stop this. The Lord says, I'm going to blot his name out from under heaven. But I
Oh,
want
yeah.
you,
Nice
Moses,
guy.
to write these things down as a memorial. So Moses
God,
built an altar.
another just
Now, what's
block
interesting
of text. Like, I get that he is like doing passages in the Bible, but like, I don't know, bullet point, do something, chunk it. And he doesn't even keep it up there for more than a second anyway.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's reading it anyway. But hey.
Moses' hands were heavy. Yeah, he's fighting to not let his hands fall because men are dying.
His people will
So
get killed.
Moses
Yeah.
built an altar. Now, what's interesting, by the way, I'll put it in pictures here.
You are completely being Xenoed. I mean, I won't lie. He is gonna give. He's got evidence, but like, it is as bad as you think it is. So
Your
he's gonna
imagination
do.
of how bad it could be. Yeah.
Yes,
It
and
lives up to
so he's gonna like draw this out like he actually got convinced and coaxed that drunk lady at the back of the karaoke bar, and he really doesn't want to show what's down there, and so
Beebsy just sent us an important message.
Quasipoar, Danny.
Yeah, that's right, Beebsy. It's okay.
There's actually multiple altars right at the base of the split rock, which is there at Rephidim in Saudi Arabia. I was just there a few months ago with renowned.
Wait, you just
Israeli
said a few
archaeologist,
years ago.
Eli Shufran, and he said, "Oh, I would love to
And
excavate."
here, that was the who was that guy?
Israeli archaeologist Eli Shufran.
Who are you again, sir?
Yeah, who? Okay, hold on. Eli Shorkhan. We're gonna Google that while he talks. I have not heard of this person, but who knows? Me.
But I would love to excavate these.
I love to excavate.
Nothing on my preliminary search, but
It might not be spelled right.
might not be spelled right.
Yeah.
Anybody out there in the chatosphere know who she is or can find anything, please tell me. I'll do another search, but I get
The closed caption might not have picked up the spelling right.
Anything inside. Excavating things like this is, he says, it's just easy. So he was, as an archaeologist, he's around going, I'd love to excavate that. I'd love to excavate this.
Oh,
he named it the Lord.
Amy would love to excavate that.
Now, banner is like a flag.
You on mute?
I know who Banner. He was the third villain in the new Batman trilogy. I understand. You don't think a city can contain me, do you? Oh, wait, no, different.
Holding a flag over the victorious army. And he said, the Lord has sworn, the Lord will have war against Amalek from generation to generation. They are his enemies. So from this point forward, Amalek represents the quintessential enemies of God, as descendants of Edom, by the way, who are often portrayed as such. In a lot of end-time eschatological passages, Edom represents sort of the larger everlasting hatred toward God's people, toward the Lord, toward his people, toward the Lord's purposes.
No, excuse me. There's only one everlasting thing. James, I don't know if you believe in this, but do you believe in everlasting love?
Oh,
I think it's the only thing that
everlasting
exists.
gobstoppers.
Oh, I believe in everlasting gobstoppers. They're good. There's a childhood favorite. Also, I love the new one's good, but I still like the original Charlie and Chocolate Factory.
Now, what's interesting, I've got some pictures here that I'm going to share. Again, at the split rock, what I personally believe is the split rock of Moses there in Saudi Arabia. And I want you to focus in on the mountains that surround it.
You on mute?
Yep, I did it again. Okay, so we had our first bit here.
And I want you to
Look at this.
Just
So we have our first bit of,
yes, that's where the spaceships come
Mm.
down and the lizards get out. It's all coming back to me now.
the mountains that surround it. Because if this is the place where Israel fought the Amalekites, then it's on
And it's
these
not.
mountains that Moses.
I love this. If this is the place where humans fought giants, this is totally where it happened. That's what he's telling
that's
us.
got to be where else would you fight with giants? I mean,
It kind of does just look
it's a natural.
like a place where giants would fight. It's just screaming to have a giant fight. Giant fight.
I mean, I'm just imagining the Gorn throwing the rocks at Captain Kirk.
Yo, once again, they probably don't watch this podcast.
Until
Like,
now.
Like, I just can't help it. One of the first fetishes I ever learned about was, and I'm not going to tell them by name because that would make them blush as fuck. But I'm a kinky motherfucker, turns out anyway. But one of my best friends came to me and told me that they had a giantism fetish.
Uh-huh.
Pulled me aside, beach. I was like, huh. And he probably was like telling me this thing like no other human beings exist. And all I could be like, oh, there's other humans like me that have fetish. Don't have giantism, but
And then Kenobi can tell you about how many hours he spends a day watching animals have sex.
Yo, did you see that, AJ? Did AJ tell you? Or you should go on his channel, and he has a mashup of like Ken Hovind getting flustered, and there's
I've seen a couple of them, yeah.
that are you, and one of them's like a mashup of you just talking about animal genitals to him, like completely deadpan, and him just like completely straight face as you are trying to say like whale dick over and over and over.
I'm just fucking with him at that point.
And he does it. Not only do you not like you're using. I can't do it, but you're using the scientific terms, and so like no one can criticize you. It even sounds like you could be making
Academic.
a point, but I totally know you're just saying whale dick over and over and over in front of Ken. Yeah, it's good. It's good. And all right, we're coming in. We just got our first piece of evidence. I mean,
I gotta see it.
How could we not believe?
This would have climbed up, and it's a good hike, by the way. You know, if Moses
Looks like a pretty good hike.
It's a very hefty hike to get to the top of these hills.
He never went up the top of them.
They're magnificent when you're there, and pictures like this never quite do it justice. This picture, by the way, is looking at the back of a friend of mine. His name is Steve Chiacolan.
His name is Steve Jimmy. What's a now?
Why do we get to see his backside? Why are you approaching him from the back?
Oh, I know why. It's not just roommates. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's because the Bible told me so. Did you know that a book said a thing? I don't know if you guys knew this. Mark says he also has one where you have the picture of Aaron Ra talking about.
Yeah.
I know exactly. And he was trying to figure out what to do. I would like to take credit, even though I've seen people, including AJ, do this before, for like trying to zoom in on people's faces, because some of them are just so funny, either for the interlocutor or Kent when you're doing this shit. But yes, I mean, this is totally where giants would fight.
Some of you may even track with him on YouTube. He's a Bible teacher from Australia who came with us. And it's just a neat picture of his back as he's looking out.
So, Bible teacher.
From Australia.
I hope that's not the doctor that he was citing. Because,
hopefully not.
My lord.
At the mountains as he was praying. Now, here's another picture. You can see the split rock there. You can see the
Once
hills.
again, ladies
the
and
one
gentlemen,
Jamie Russell showed us, yeah.
Is this is it?
Yep. The rock that Moses tapped, or Aaron Ra tapped, and then the water came out. Because it's split down the middle, where I guess the water came out. I guess down the middle, because that's how water would come out of rocks. It would
This
split.
just looks like a rock formation, but taken within the rule of threes. But
it's very perspective. It's a perspective-driven show. Like he shows it from another angle, and it looks totally different. Like
exactly.
He's gonna show it.
Yes. Did they welcome Danny Diesel? Did these giants live on the round or flat Earth? Did they ride the dinosaurs like horses? I know. Did you know the Flintstones was a documentary? It's crazy. It was spit after Aaron Ra tapped it.
Aaron Ra, Moses' brother.
That's right.
I don't think Beamsy was with us when he was still a thing in our Bible study, but yeah.
We've had him on. We've had Aaron Ra on here twice. Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And it's not even a shine of us being a big channel. He was on this channel when we had 200 subscribers.
Like 200 subscribers, yeah.
That should show you the kind of human being he is. That he will.
He's a great guy, and he treats everybody with such he doesn't treat you like you're nothing to him. He treats you with courtesy and respect, and it's your channel, and
it was immense.
Yeah, absolutely.
A rock that is split, therefore God tapped its ass. Why? Because that's why. Yeah, I mean, you guys are witnessing the evidence for giants. I mean, this is a miracle. I don't understand how any other way than a rock could have a slight split. Between
Moses
it, other than I would say Moses coming down with a supernatural event. Exactly.
Praise Jesus.
Because they would have needed a large plain for there to have been a battle, a significant battle between a significant number of the Israelites and the Amalekites. And
there's nowhere else on Earth. Weren't the Giants had an easier time fighting in North America where there's plains? Yeah. I don't get it.
I mean, there's deserts in Saudi. There's deserts, so they've got...
Sure, but you know what? First of all, there's just more, but there's more open land. This is not good terrain to fight. This is not... I mean, it's good terrain to have a defensive position if you can make it from that. But, I don't know. An all-out fight for both sides doesn't seem... Whatever.
It actually has just that. It has a very...
But, James, how much experience do we have on the battlefield with giants? Exactly.
Yeah.
Massive plain. I mean, we're potentially hundreds upon hundreds of
they're ancient giant trees. Exactly.
You could have multiple football games and stadiums there in this plain. That's how big it is. But again,
but you couldn't put the you couldn't put the stadium down. Did the Giants have shoes? I mean, they'd be like, ow, 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 you win. No wonder they lost. Just moving throughout here.
Here are the hills. So just to give you a visual for the mountain or the hill that Moses would have climbed up and stood there.
Sure. And exactly. There's so much land. I don't understand. He's like, this is the only place that it could have possibly happened. Okay, how about, I don't know, anywhere else on Earth where life seems to form? Humans seem to settle?
So now, just to give you another visual, because you can see the split rock.
Oh, exactly. And it gets better. It gets ridiculous to the point of abstraction. And so, but I don't want to ruin. That's just they're
not exactly grasping for straws, but they're grasping.
Here's a picture from our most recent trip. And you can see the people standing at the base of.
And you can see here where we were rock climbing. This is Joan and Billy and Sarah and Bob. And we all packed our own sandwiches. It was a fantastic time.
Pastor John Hagee up there.
Exactly. We used the buddy system.
Of the split rock, and you can see many climbing up the hill.
Just looks like a great place for
rock
giants. Yeah, I guess.
Themselves that are now split.
Yeah, this is the look at that now.
5 feet tall.
Oh, okay, that looks bigger.
Over 20 meters.
First of all,
it's huge.
There you go. There's just the from this perspective, it looks like a camel's toe, not like your girlfriend, but like an actual camel toe. But it's big. It's a bigger rock that is separated in 2 places. James, not to be redundant with our jokes.
It was the same rock.
Not from the United States. I mean, this is like 6 stories. It's a massive, massive rock. So then
don't see anything supernatural
you jump back
about
and you
it.
look at that and you go, oh, that thing's as tall as a 6-story building. Now you're beginning to get a feel.
Yeah,
the scope.
It's a big
that whole area.
rock.
You can see a bit of the open space.
It's a big rock.
Where a battle could have been fought. Now I'm going to jump back.
But wait, where a battle could have been fought? Do you mean here?
Down there, yeah.
Here is where a battle could have been fought.
It's big because the rock is 6. Look how small the rock looks, but it's 6 stories tall. So, I mean, yeah. Look at it's a lot of space down there. You could have like 3 tennis courts down there, maybe. Yeah.
You want to go back? Okay, Miyu, we'll go back one more, and then we'll move forward. Give me 1 second. So you can see, and I'll show. It will go all the way up. We'll start
all
from
the way
beginning. Go all the way up the shaft. Here's the balls, and then we're going to move up towards the shaft.
It's the long one, though.
Towards the head.
Can you handle that?
That is a big rock. James, we're looking at rocks. I know they make fun of us because they're like, all you atheists talk about is rocks, and we come from rocks and
rock soup.
Yeah.
Grandpa.
Why are we staying around?
Beamsy wanted to.
Then again, it's good to have an actual expert here. That's true. There is someone who actually should be talking about rocks.
There you go.
Yeah, they must have been between a rock and a hard place.
Beamsy could probably tell us about the geology of that area. Yeah.
Beamsy could probably tell us actual things about what's going on instead of anything about this guy saying.
For the United States. I mean, this is like 6 stories. It's a massive, massive rock. So then when
it's
you
a really big rock, like totally big
building. Now you're beginning to get a feel for the scope of these hills and for that whole area. You can see a bit of the plain here, some of the open space where a battle could have been fought.
Wide open
now
space.
I'm going to jump back 5 years when I went to Mount Sinai for the first time. Again, it's open now for tourism, and this is why we're going. We're taking tours. I'll be going. I'm recording this right now in November. I'll be going in February. I'll be going back in October. I'd love for you to join us if you're interested. The website Giving Passages.
Where do we sign up?
I'll actually be going back
with
Shukran
at the commander level
here in February, and I think possibly he's coming again with me in October.
Well, I will say it's always nice to come together, and
communion.
Exactly. If you have a partner, watch porn together.
October. But as long as by the grace of God it's open, I'm going to continue to go. It's one of the most faith-inspiring, stirring experiences that anyone could experience. It really, it's changed my life and my faith, and it's stirred up a lot in me. Let's just put it that way.
Oh,
so we got.
He feels the stirring down below. If you get what I mean.
I got the country on a work visa to do some promotional photography, and we went up there. And so as we were coming in from the south. Okay, so this is the visual I'm going to show you. This is a picture of Mount Sinai. From the south, I came up over this ridge, and you can see this big dark valley in between the mountain that I was.
Well, I believe in the mountain. You got me. I
It
do
is a
believe in
mountain.
mountains. It is a mountain. Looks a little mountainy over here. Looks
Little
even
rocky.
more mountain. Yeah, a little
Rocky.
It does. It's a little rocky for me, but by the time we get up here, I would have to say 100% mountain. 8 plus. 8 out of 8 would rate great.
I think there's mountains all over the earth, though, like various
Yeah.
places. Yeah. I think if you look pretty much in almost any region big enough, you're going to find mountains.
a
I
big.
think it has something to do with maybe plate tectonics. Maybe Beamsy can talk a little bit about that. Mountain formation.
And the only thing we're having a little problem with is this whole, I don't know, giants thing. If you could just kind of maybe prove that.
But if I show pictures of mountains, it says mountains in the story, Amy. So therefore, here's mountains. I showed you mountains. What more do you want, Amy?
Goddess, we gave you empirical evidence. This is a picture. What more do you want?
The Bible says there were fucking mountains. There's fucking mountains. Yeah.
God, what everything.
You can see the top of the mountain is the dark basalt. Much of the mountain itself is the lighter granite. And you can see this valley of the darker basalt material. Now, that valley, for what it's worth, it's
100% a mountain.
Like you're talking 4 or 5 football fields across. Okay, so it's much bigger than it looks like in some of these pictures.
Yeah, exactly. Look, okay,
big.
It's just because you're drunk. It's actually much bigger, and I didn't even shave down there. It'd be even bigger then.
Myself and 5 others, including.
Oh,
you're drunk, Money Grip. Stop calling.
And it was just as he was turning 13 years old. It's a great experience. And so 6 of us all together.
You took your 13-year-old son to Saudi Arabia. Now, I get it. They're like people of the book. They're Christians. And so they go in there and they think they have certain protection. But I don't know.
They've got God to protect them, maybe.
Would you bring your son to Saudi Arabia, James?
I wouldn't bring myself to Saudi Arabia, let alone my son.
An hour or so just to walk across this whole area, all the pretty rugged rocks and so forth. So we were all kind of separated.
Rugged rocks.
50
but he
yards,
was wearing boots
each other.
like a man.
And I was all by myself. And as I walked up to this sort of rock outcropping, I'm going to show you a few pictures here just to give you a visual. Some of the formations of the rocks in this area are very unusual. They're very reminiscent. If you've been to Petra, you've been to Jordan, that whole desert from southern Jordan down into northwest Saudi Arabia has a lot of the same sort of features of formations and so forth. And a lot of it is a limestone. Some of it is also what's called rotten granite, and it gets eroded and so forth. So here's one picture just to give you a feel. Some of the
and you can see here, this is where a giant and a human used to take pictures together. They would hold their hand over them like buddies, and everything was good until the war broke out.
There's no scale to this, so it's hard to tell even how big these rocks are.
But it's also like you could have pulled these out of stock images. Like, nothing about this says this is a place where giants could have been.
I mean,
and only giants, and like, what the hell?
It's eroded. Yeah, they're eroded irregularly. That's how erosion works. It's not trying to make anything. It's just fucking erosion.
Yeah, just nature.
Joke, and I say it's like some of the rocks have faces. They look like eyes and mouths, and they get these weird holes. So you can kind of get a feel for some of the...
I can see what's on his mind. I was just gonna say that it looks like little houses or stuff, but that's just me having a parabola experience because we're trying to put things into trying to make patterns where there are none.
Faces, they look like eyes and mouths, and
that's what he's doing.
Holes in them, so you can kind of get a feel.
Oh my!
Here's another one, just an interesting little structure. But sometimes in these rocks, you'll get something that's kind of
like at this point, we are going over a man's vacation photos. Let's be real here.
Cave. It's not a
pictures of rocks.
Cool
rocks.
Pictures of rock.
Outcropping, and it's
James. It's not a rock. It's a mineral.
Nice. Yeah.
You remember that Breaking Bad, Something Love? Good show. I need to watch Better Call Saul. I hear it's very good. It is just what you expect from a large igneous province and explains the topography and erosion patterns very well. So can I ask, Beamsy, from your expert position, does this seem like the kind of rock that normally would help congregate or
giants?
promote the formation of giants?
Probably.
I feel like that's just an often seen to problem in geology.
Right at the base of the mountain itself. And it was basically kind of like a cave structure that, let's say 1 or 2 people could sleep in and get cover from the elements, but it's not any bigger than that.
Oh,
as
so
I was walking
actually
up,
could live in
I
them.
said, hey, there's some paintings in there that reminded me.
All right, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. I'm pretty sure when I actually, I want to start, I'm working with Gizmo, I'm going to start time coding and stuff. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm going to do a time code because we're moving from vacation photos to his bullshit abstraction. Now, listen, I'm giving a preface here. Whoever did this, however many years ago, I'm sure they were an amazing human being, and there's a lot, of if I could rip it off the rocks and hang it in my fucking living room, I'm sure I would, and I'd call it artsy fartsy, and someone might have had a lot of meaning in it. None the fucking less. My God, this is the type of stuff I see in Sasquatch, UFO, all other sort of we can't see it, and someone scribbled somewhere. So,
it's so much like Nephilim Freeze's like cave art, like that proves dinosaurs. Like, ooh, look at this! It sort of vaguely resembles something that maybe could be a dinosaur. So that means all the scientific evidence we have saying that they lived 65 million years ago is invalid because I have a picture from the cave.
And we're kind of spoiling it, but nonetheless, He's about to do it, and it's ridiculous. It is just ridiculous because not only can adults do it, but children can and do draw shit that doesn't exist all the time. You can't. It baffles me that a child could have drew a dragon or something thousands of years ago because they were like, it's a lizard and I want to draw something bigger or something. And now we have to deal with some a-hole saying that this is evidence of the Bible being true. Yes. Nonetheless, let's let it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. We've seen all of that evidence. Oh, that's not enough. We need to go into the real deal stuff, the kind of stuff that YouTube censors.
I looked and I said, hey, there's some paintings in there that reminded me of some of the paintings I've seen, some of the cave paintings, in France, or some of these Cro-Magnon men and these type of things. I was like, ancient painting. Now, I had assumed that this had been discovered, that others had seen it and photographed it. I'm certainly not the first person ever to go to Jebel al-Lawz. So I took a bunch of pictures and I texted it to my friends, Jim and Penny Caldwell.
Really?
Many of you know the Caldwells. They're the ones during the 90s that had gone to Sinai multiple times, took all kinds of pictures. And I texted Penny. I said, hey, check this out. And she goes, I've never seen this. Where is it? And I was so excited because I was like, I'm just bozo showing up on my iPhone.
You should have seen them down there.
Discoveries. And they were basically pictures. There's a whole mural of archers, of people with bows and arrows. Now, let me just say this. I'm going to put up a picture here.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We've now entered the end game. If you were wondering why he was really hesitant, why he made 20 minutes of nonsense before he got to his actual point, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't understand what you're missing. First of all, I was looking at this on my phone. Now I understand why he thinks it's a guy.
There you go.
I'm just gonna move my mouse. Nonetheless, and multiple guys have it. Multiple guys. Not that my
They're all
eyes are
erect,
now
yeah.
looking for them. They are erect. This is a bunch of erect men holding
Bows.
bows and saddling livestock. But like, this just looks like, I hate to say, you know how I said like a normal Tuesday? Like, if you
Prehistoric
are in
hunting.
an area that is around this area, if you're in an area around this area, if you are a person of this time in this area, doesn't look too far from what's going on.
Hunting animals?
I was going to say hunting animals with giant erect penises.
Hey, Ken Hovind. Trying to.
Nothing
fuck
about
the
this
animals.
says giants. If anything, the animals are the same size as the people. Like what the fuck? All of this could happen in your child. Hopefully your child isn't drawing these types of pictures. But like, it's not
Right.
supernatural, ladies and gentlemen. This looks kind of lionish. It kind of looks like a camel. It's like an ox.
It's like a dog
I mean-
in the bottom left.
Yeah, like holy
Yeah,
shit.
Like a dog,
This
yeah.
isn't that bad. Giants.
Rough.
These are what are called petroglyphs. Petroglyphs are different than the paintings that I found. Now, there's a lot of paintings in
Yeah,
there. There's been
definitely.
several more that have been found even over the past
8
few
inches
years.
painted.
But most of the paintings that are done with a sort of red ochre paint, most of them are gone because if they're subject to the weather, if they're not on the underneath, that's why I say it was sort of in this cave. If they're subject to the weather, they get eroded and they disappear. But if they're on the underside of something, then they last.
Oxygen.
The petroglyphs here, these are a bit
And
different.
sun.
This is where you have this this phenomenon called desert varnish.
Let me tell you, what kills me on the inside is this guy, and he'll do a few more. He's got a few more of his evidences, but like, this dude believes in giants, and on all I can tell from like his vacation photos, his vacay, and cave drawings that were probably from just man just drawing. Night Skywatcher.
But when I found this video, it had like almost 100,000 views, and yeah, click. What is it up to now?
103,000 views.
Yeah, this kind
Only
of shit gets
downvotes.
views. So I mean, he's like, hey, those people out there making the Satan UFO videos and giant videos, I'm just gonna can't beat them, join them. Hey.
Oh, because he wraps it in what I would call his moderate language, which is he starts prefacing saying, listen, we should not be talking about giants all the time. This shouldn't be our thing. And then slowly transitions to nonetheless,
do it today.
You know, giants are real, so we got to talk about why they are. And so,
I don't know. The Bible says they're real. I guess they're real.
But like Xenu, I mean, it took us 2/3 of the video until he actually is giving us what he thinks is his strong. And
it out.
He will preface it again once we get to his final evidence, because that's how he knows that I think you can't. He's trying to oversell it, but he knows that the actual product is an undersell.
A combination of aging and microbial, whatever, and it sort of forms this dark lacquer, so to speak, over the surface of different rocks.
It's true.
And then what would happen is people would come up with a rock and they would chisel through the desert varnish, through the darker layer of.
Well, I'm telling you, he has this kind of, like I said, it's modern in and of itself. He has this kind of thing that says, sure, I know how to hunt and maybe work on a farm, but I'm also doing audio. Exactly. Changing my tire, but I also know audio and tech gear. I feel comfortable drinking my
Goat
my-
cheese stout.
Yes, exactly. And yeah,
varnish to get to the lighter rock that's underneath. And with a rock that, very crude, they would sort of
the
make these
crudes.
different petroglyphs. And these are all over.
Once again, he is showing this to us as if this is evidence of giants. For realsies. What's up, Unif? Oh, you are here. You just got here for some of the best evidence of giants. Hopefully you can find it among the erect penises. It's in there somewhere. Take my word for it.
Saudi Arabia, by the way, really fascinating. There's various forms, but the paintings are much more rare. Now, arguably, they're from the same time period, probably made by the same people, but a very different form of memorializing something, a very different form of writing or drawing. Okay, so these are actually paintings that we're going to look at. So here is the first picture. You can see there's about a dozen people altogether in this.
Here we go. So 3 people with really no context of much else.
Bows.
Looks like another
Looks like a
bows.
bow.
Yeah. But no more penises, so moving a step in the right direction.
Maybe they censored them.
Maybe moving away from a good direction if you're kind of into that.
Mural. And it's weird when you're there, you look at it and depending on the light and the time of day, some of them are faded and then you go, oh, what, there's some more faint ones over here. There's about a dozen people. You can see a few here. They kind of got their arms up. When you zero in, you can see the bows and arrows very clearly. In some of the pictures, you can see it very, very clearly. So in this picture here, you've got about 6 or 7. There's about a dozen altogether. Here's a real clear one where you can clearly see each one of the stick figures has a bow and arrow.
What's up, Sinister Porpoise? This is for angels running away to the nearest orgy. But it is also wonderful to have you, and thanks for all the fish.
That looks like about 3 different archers. And there's a close-up of just a bow and arrow. That's all you can actually make out, but a very clearly painted picture of a bow and arrow. And here's a few more. So I was fascinated by that because then not only did I text Jim and Penny, I texted my wife, Amy, and I said, hey, check out these pictures.
Hi, how you doing? Oh my God.
Hey, Penny.
Oh. It just looks like a bunch of penises. I don't know if you're like trying to tell me something, but like, sure.
I got this text from Mr. Batman.
Yeah. He sent me a text at 3 a.m. with a bunch of penises saying, the Lord, your God, needs you to see this. I don't know if you know anything about it.
His face surrounded by like 15 penises.
Oh, wait. No, that one's me. All right. I see so much love in chat. We're sending that right back. The first
dick pic, yeah.
That's right. He's breaking us into more of his evidences. I really am.
We're ready, Joel.
Pictures that I just found. And she texted me right back and she was like, that's exactly like in the book of Exodus, chapter 19.
I bet.
And off the top of my head, I didn't even know what she was talking about. And she goes, yeah, look up Exodus 19. My wife knows the Bible like the back of her hand. And at the end of Exodus 19, the Lord said to Moses, I'm about to come down. I'm about to show up.
Oh my. He's about to be daddy.
Appear. I'm going to come down on the mountain. He says, but have the people consecrate themselves, wash their robes. This is like the ritual mikvah before the wedding, so to speak, the ritual purification. He says, because I'm going to come down on the mountain. He says, but warn them and put up markers around the base of the mountain.
Warn them good.
No one is to approach the mountain, not man or animal. Man or beast should not touch the mountain. Don't even touch the foot of it. If they do, they are to be killed. They are to either be stoned to death or shot through with arrows. Okay, obviously it just says shot, but it obviously does not mean with a Glock or a Smith & Wesson or a shot.
I love how he actually has to explain that to his audience, as if there's someone out there that is like, whoa. Are you saying that Moses went out there and took business into his own hand with a Glock? Exactly.
shotgun, right? Like it was shot through with arrows was the point. So here I was standing at the base of what I believe is the real Mount Sinai. And here is quite literally a big marker with people shooting arrows exactly as the biblical narrative describes. Moses put up markers around the base of the mountain. Tell the people that if they cross that, they will be shot. This is the equivalent, I always joke, the equivalent of the sign that
warning sign.
it's kind of a joke, at least here in the United States.
Under a rock.
In my country, this is great funny. But, it says this property.
I just want to show there's actually been new proof of giants.
Be protected by.
So here you can see we can have a atypical Legolas. A Legolas is found throughout many different countries, and as you can see from his cloak and his hair, that that pretty boy going to be hitting it hard. Anyway, back to our main event.
Excellent.
Smith & Wesson, right, which is a gun manufacturer, if you're not familiar.
Yeah, no shit.
This was very similar. This was like an ancient version of that. Don't cross onto this mountain. If you do, and there very well may have been archers there positioned, ready to shoot if the people cross. I don't know. But
was this like the fucking deadline at Andersonville?
Now, just to the, I guess it would be to the west, slightly to the west, slightly to the west of these paintings, the young man that was with us, I won't say his name, he was just about to turn 13. He goes, hey,
Billy.
I found some more paintings up here. It was only probably 20, 30 yards up on another little outcropping, and we ran up.
Yeah, I just drew them, Daddy.
Those. And, again, you look at these, they're very primitive. It's not like they're beautiful, elaborate paintings. And as we were looking at it, we went, it looks like you've got a big group of people here that are going to battle against these guys up here that are like 5 times as big as the little guys. So you've got giant people in the same painting and then a whole bunch of little people. And it looks like, and there's even some pictures in there of arrows. So it seems to be indicating that this is a battle between people. Now, I'm going to go ahead. In a sense, you're going to be let down because you're like, I want to see the picture. I want to see it. And then you see it and you go, okay, it's very primitive. So
you're on mute.
So this will probably be where I do another marker because he's prefacing again. And it's always funny.
Managing expectations.
Indeed. And now it's a double preface because he had to preface just to get people warmed up to even accept this subject. And now he's prefacing because he's like, now look, I know we haven't seen a lot of convincing
I know the video said
evidence.
Proof. Yeah.
And I know what I'm about to show you probably isn't going to be that. But so what? I already made you watch the video. Suck it, loser. It's right. We're on minute 25 of
Suck
30.
it, atheist.
I know. No, but really, I'm sure this is going to hit us and we're going to believe in Jesus. Bullshit.
Bullshit management, yeah.
I want to sort of prepare you. This is not amazing when you first see it, but when you
okay, dude, we get it.
Regular size.
James, you don't understand. Once you, at first blush, it smells like bullshit. But once you take it in, marinate in it.
Savor the bullshit.
Savor it. Exactly. It's a totally different world. You come to understand. Giants are real. They have big penises.
Ice people going to war against giants, which is exactly what the Bible describes as having taken place.
Also, can I just point out, not to bring up the penis thing repeatedly.
Yeah,
but
definitely not.
Their penises were fairly big, okay? And if they're giants and they have giant penises, they fucking harpoon those women. No joke. It can't be. It can't be. I guess with how many cigarettes and how big a glass of wine. I joke that I guess there ain't no size queen, but my lord, whew. like from here. I almost want to go back. Like how
3
big
or 4
is it?
feet long.
Now, once again, this person that drew these cave paintings are so like way dead. Like they're not even Jesus level of dead. They are like before the Torah was written level of dead. They are like 4,005.
History. Yeah.
They are. They are.
These could be like 20,000, 30,000 years old. I don't know if they've been dated. But...
Exactly. And I guarantee you, this person was probably just, if you were to go back. Now, once again, this is like armchair. This is as armchair opinion as one can get. But my like go-to gut, like, why did you draw this? Because I was bored. Because there ain't nothing to do, mother. Why did I draw it? Because I'm creative. Because I like to draw stuff. Because I saw stuff.
Yeah.
I wanted to draw it on
What
here.
else am I gonna do?
But no, giants, really. In real life, preparing for the Bible. Sure. I know. Yo, they did. They did. Like, normally it's just me, like, adding penises to things.
Pareidolia.
No.
Seeing penises everywhere.
Yes, exactly. But no, this time there really were penises, at least for one of them. There was another drawing where they did not have penises. They were just shooting things.
Maybe they're women.
Technically speaking, if they had penises, they could have also been shooting things. So we'll say they were shooting. In the other one, they were shooting arrows. And technically in the first one, they were shooting arrows. In the second one, they were just shooting arrows. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We found our and/or necessary statement to move forward with. And we are finishing up on the proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. And we're about to hear dun, 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 his best proof. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been hanging in with us this long, I mean, this is your M. Night Shyamalan moment.
In this whole account of the Exodus. So here's the first picture. You've got a whole bunch.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
I should have had my 3D
overcome?
glasses ready.
Are you overcome?
That is exactly the emotion that I am feeling right now.
Blown away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, James, how else could you not believe in biblical giants?
I mean, literally, the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, look at it right there.
I like how this is. He better zoom. I know he does other angles and other shots because my wowzer.
All sort of clustered together. They're sort of painted in. So these aren't just stick figures.
Yeah,
they're
because
sort of
painted.
torsos are generally painted in. And
I love this because this one's the most abstract. And if this is the way giants look, it'd be funny as shit.
I've got another picture here. I just put in a bunch of arrows. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. About 14 people just in this picture that I counted. I mean, some of them are really clear and defined, and then some are sort of almost overlapping, and some are a little bit faded, but probably about 14 different people all clustered together. And I'm going to show another picture here.
Oh, please do.
Where you can actually sort of see.
There you go. We're coming in.
The arrow. It looks like a bow.
I want to see the
pictures. And then.
I mean, humans with arrows have existed for quite a long time. Like,
definitely.
What the hell?
And here is a picture of the giants up above. Now they're shaped like almost like big squares.
Here we go. I love this. And he says they're shaped just like big squares, but
you can see the head and the hands and the feet.
They're wearing muumuus.
I don't get this. Because, like, I don't get why you would show this. Why stuff? He should have led with this and gotten to penises. I would have been just as excited as they were.
They wear muumuus.
Because...
Or capes.
Like, do you know? I don't even know any cool. As I choke on air again. I don't even know any cultures that say big-ass square giants. Do you?
Never heard of one.
So I don't know. This doesn't seem like what you should lead with, or I'm sorry, doesn't seem with. He should have led with it because it managed it. This doesn't seem like what you should give as your grand finale.
So in this picture here, you've got basically 4 giants. 2 of them are they're.
Do you? I like how he says you have 4 giants. Oh, sorry. Oh, is this guy a human? This better be a human. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Torsos are painted in, and then 2 are not. I actually.
So humans are squares.
Strange if they were running out.
I'm sorry, I'm getting it. Giants are squares.
Yeah.
Giants are square people.
Hollywood
squares. Like Hollywood squares. Never seen that.
And they painted in a couple of them, and then one of them is not really quite colored all the way in. And then you can see another smaller person. So not the 14 down below, and then you've got one regular sized person that's there in the mix.
I like how the head's just a line. Now, once again, I hate to be being an art critic to chances are guy writes in notebook. How should I say this? 20 BCE. There we go.
See the picture of the bow and arrow. Now I'm going to just step back and show you the whole painting. So up top, you've got, again, at least 4 giants.
This is like we're trying to sell it. This is a mix between a horror show of National Geographic and QVC. Like we're trying to sell this fucking picture
and then you've got
to a whole bunch of grandmas.
About 15 of the smaller people with what appears to be a picture of a bow and arrow there as they're sort of clashing. I mean, you know, again, if you're...
Or it could be Mongolia.
Drawing something, you've got such...
Look, I see a face right here, even though I know it's people. Your brains just make stuff.
Limited resources. It's obviously very primitive. It's hard to make it very clear that this is a battle. But
you're going to try and do so anyway?
If this is a painting of a battle, this is probably exactly what it would look like.
What? What?
Exactly what a battle would look like.
Exactly. Right? Might as well be a mural.
And yeah, might as well be a photograph. As close as you can
exactly.
Get.
It's not definitive, you know, as these things are not.
Yeah.
Carbon dating on these paintings and stuff.
No, it's literally you just made it up. Like you just made it up.
That right there at the very location, where you know you've got these other paintings of the archers right there at the very base of Mount Sinai, that you very well may have had.
I know, and I'll tell you, Space Potato. You could just say, "How do you know it wasn't like?" I know you're joking, but yet the joke is almost like reductio ad absurdum with it. Is that how do you know it wasn't short? It wasn't regular humans and then short people, and they were having a battle. Like he's just making up whatever he wants, just like the person who drew this. But you should have the artistic freedom to draw whatever you want, just not assholes trying to use it to hand out misinformation.
Ridiculous to suggest that Moses himself could have actually painted this, because the Lord told Moses,
Sorry, can you hear that again?
Ridiculous to suggest that you very well may have had. I mean, it's not even ridiculous to suggest that Moses himself could have.
It's not even ridiculous to suggest that Moses made that cave painting. That's what he's saying.
Actually painted this, because the Lord told Moses, write these things down on a scroll, memorialize the defeat of Amalek, and memorialize his sin against God's people, and I will always be at war against Amalek. So it's again, not definitive, but it is absolutely fascinating, a possibility that this could be portraying. It could be actual ancient archaeological proof of giants, as the Bible biblical account reports.
Then again, it's not definitive, but it could be proof.
In the Lord.
I know.
Moses, I want you to.
I mean, that's pretty. How rare is that to have something painted by somebody who never even existed? I mean, that would be as rare as it gets.
And so we have vacay photos and cave paintings.
They look like a couple, like posing in that picture.
They do. They look cute here.
Like the farmer with his wife. Like one of them needs, and he is holding up a fork in the other picture, like next to him. He's got a nice stick there.
Exactly. Make a cute couple.
Slide here. Here's a picture of Ellie. Shukran, as I mentioned, I'll be going back with him in February and then again in October.
I'm sure you will.
World-renowned biblical archæologist. He was
After your cruise.
very instrumental in the City of David excavation, as well as the Southern Pilgrim Road that they're excavating currently in Jerusalem, and a few other things. But it's
Woo! Thank you so very much,
Thank you,
Peebo, for $5. You know,
$50.
yeah, that's right. And it's your, gullible people will send money in to support any old sort of guff. Oh. Wait. That's right. Thank you so very much, Peabot. We are sending that love right back.
Thank you, Peabot.
We like to say, at least, that we're not selling the invisible product. We are at least trying. Exactly. Hopefully, we entertain you. Do you not feel entertained? Hopefully, we make you laugh and have a good time. Feel like part of a community. That is what we are trying to do here. That is what you are helping support, as well as, well,
props.
Maybe a little bit of fun. But
having fun looking at the crazy stuff religious people say and believe.
Indeed. And boy, is it crazy. What I love about this is that this guy just thinks that he's so sane. He feels a little bit embarrassed, a little bit guilty, and yet he believes it. He believes it as much as any of the people that he's saying think and obsess about it.
Yeah.
He still believes it.
And
all right,
on the flimsiest of reasons, yeah, it's just, it's not like he's presenting anything that's groundbreaking or hard-hitting. It's just, yeah.
Yes, he is literally trying to go down there and find the truth himself. Just like you say, Mark, he is Indiana Jones. And all right, I'm going to keep this up, actually, with the last 50 seconds. See if I can do both. We're going to do, like, as many shout-outs here. So the last 50 seconds I'm going to do as we move into a very short open mic. And, yeah, just sending so much love. We have been talking Proof of Biblical Giants at Mount Sinai.
It's just been a real honor to have him come. And really the first...
Oh, was it? He had permission.
Yeah.
Sort of world-renowned biblical archaeologist to lay his eyes on it.
World-renowned biblical archaeologist. Okay, so we found his credentials. Now, so he could have a secular accredited degree, but not looking good for the one PhD he's citing.
In terms of his opinion, obviously, archaeologists are scientists. They need carbon dating and pottery and all these type of things. But he was impressed enough to.
We don't need any of that.
Come back and put his name on it.
We don't need any of that shit. Yeah.
It's been an honor, but it's an honor that
truly
he's continuing on. So we'd love for you all to join us if you're able to. I understand it's expensive, and for most people, it really is kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity.
And all right, there we go. As he meets, and we're at 30-45 out of 31. So with that,
it's really
we have
expensive, but waste your money on it anyway.
Yes. Well, I mean, and that's the said. It's almost like we're matching because we like funding our community. We like taking support. We like being able to interact with everyone. But we hope, once again, we do not have to sell a dude or a woman, as Randolph would have me say, that doesn't exist, that is watching you 24/7, 365, and cares what you put up your butt. James and I don't care what you put up your butt, if you do it all. Let that choice be yours. Ah, what a wonderful time. But sending love to all of our supporters found down at the bottom, as well as Peabot, who has sent us lots of love. We are sending him that love right friggin' back. And yeah, with that, it is going to end our opposition viewpoint of Joel Richardson giving us his proof of biblical giants existing at Mount Sinai with photos shared publicly for the first time. I think we all figured out why. Can you imagine releasing them?
Like, amazing photos.
Amazing. If he had led with those, no one would have got to minute 30.
No, if you would have put them in the thumbnail. Yeah. No,
Yeah, like he had to get through all of his vacation photos first. But yeah, this has been so much fun that we are now going to go into a few minutes. If you are an atheist, a skeptic, someone who agrees with us will probably be on for 10 to 20 minutes. A cat lover. If you are a theist or a young Earth creationist, we'll probably only be on for the
here all night.
Hour or two, probably till daytime. Yeah. That's what I said. Well, we gave that warning. Exactly. So Beamsy's going to be on. We're probably going to have him on for a few minutes, but we're still then going to go out because he's just going to be saying irrational. But it's not a bad idea to have a rock guy on a rock episode.
Hey.
Nonetheless, it is pinned in chat. Come on, come on. I see Mark Reid just joined us. And so, yeah. Hey. It's probably going to be Skeptics Delight. We're probably just going to go into your intros.
I can't imagine too many people wanting to come on and defend.
Yes. And then in like 10 minutes, we're going into outros.
Yeah.
So, sending love. Exactly. Going into our Skeptic and Ranting proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. Gizmo. What's up, Beamsy? Good to have you with us as always. We are tonight Skeptic and Ranting of Proof of Biblical Giants at Mount Sinai. What are your thoughts about the video or anything we talk about tonight?
As I said, it was just a picture show of a large igneous province. And if that's evidence for giants, then the giant steps in Iceland is also proof for giants.
I knew it.
And then there's Giant's Leap in near Yellowstone National Park. All of them are just large igneous provinces. For some reason, most of them have names involving giants.
Well, you have to understand, if it was called something else, you know, it's by calling it giant, they're hiding it in plain sight. But yeah, anything else, BMZ, before we get Mark Reid on, if you want? And don't feel like I said, as a geologist, you are the person of all of us that I would want to have your lovely mug on.
Yeah, sorry I got you to rewind a little bit. I just wanted to have a better look at the split rock that he showed. And it exactly was that. It was just an upwelling and explains exactly where in the region it was.
Yeah, sounds good. And no, not at all. I always say there's two goals for the skeptic and the creationist in a debate, and I think just overall. And, you know, we want to convey information. That's just all we're trying to do. And then the young Earth creationist wants to sound technical.
What is an upwelling, though, Beamsy, specifically?
It's the easiest way of explaining it is a flood basalt eruption is when lava rises from the mantle to the crust and covers a very large area. An upwelling is basically the same thing, except it doesn't break the surface. It's where a large amount of lava and magma flood into an area below the surface and fill up all the pockets with basalt.
That was the rock that was split down the middle.
Bath salts are also what I use both in my bedroom and to sniff to hoard off the zombies.
What that would have been is there would have been a split void in one of the rocks, and it would have created pockets where the magma would have come up and created a natural split down the middle, and then the shape would have been weathered out with erosion.
Makes sense. Or, I mean, of course, Arn Rock could have just tapped it with a stick and God magically broke it, right?
Both ways are quite probable.
There you go. Thank you so much, Beams.
And all right, thank you so much, Beamsy. And with that, welcome on board to the panel. We are going to get Mark Reid, and I see Peabot all backstage. We're going to get Mark Reid. We have been skeptic and ranting on proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. How are you doing? What are your thoughts about the video and the subject itself?
I'm very well, Amy, and it's great to see you, Amy and James, and of course Beamsy. I'm glad you got Beamsy on because he actually does know what he's talking about. So he can balance out my total ignorance of geology. Well, not total ignorance, but yeah, I definitely don't know as much as Beamsy. No, I think this was hilarious. I'm not sure whether it was a letdown or whether it was better than I expected because of how bad that picture was. Like that was clearly a hunting party. And a big kudos to our ancestors for being able to hunt naked with erections. Can I just say that? Like, isn't that a baller thing to do? Like, you go out into the wilderness and hunt bison or whatever with a hard on. Like, seriously, come on now. That's some big giant dick energy right there. Yeah, so this is sort of like the petroglyphs that he was talking about. They kind of take them really literally, and I'm not sure why. Like, there's petroglyphs where, for instance, the animals that they're hunting are sort of tiny in comparison to the human figures, or vice versa kind of thing. They sort of go, oh, this must have been... They're usually representations. They're not supposed to be accurate, done by the tribes people. You get Aboriginal petroglyphs where the kangaroos are several times larger than the humans, which obviously is not an accurate representation of these animals and people. So I don't know why they're taking them literally. I've got no idea. It almost seems like they've got a bias inherent that they want to just, make sure it's backed up by whatever they see.
A quick cut in on the actual idea of those petroglyphs from the Aboriginals. Most of them are telling stories of the Dreamtime. They're not actually showing real events. That's why they have things like the rainbow serpent and things like that.
Yeah, but even so, they're highly they're not supposed to be taken as these are events that happened kind of thing, or literal depictions of things.
In the same way that those petroglyphs should be analyzed in the same way. Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. No, I totally agree with you. I do agree with you. But I think that, even the rainbow serpent, it was supposed to be, a rainbow that colored the sky, but often it was depicted as sort of the same size as humans. All I'm saying is that, just because the petroglyphs depict something doesn't mean that it's supposed to be interpreted as that literal size. A lot of these petroglyphs, they would depict people with a great social standing, like a king or something, as larger than everybody around him, because it was a sort of a metaphorical depiction of the people. It reminds me very heavily of I think it was Nephilim Free and his whole dinosaur thing, that he finds these pictures and says, oh, that's obviously a dinosaur kind of thing because it's larger than this other thing. And it's like, come on, it's not supposed to be literal. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But it's really good to see everybody. I'm glad everybody's here.
Good to see you, Mark. Welcome on board. And all right, we're just going to get Peebo in, and then in 5 minutes, we're going to do outros.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Mark.
Fine. That's all right.
No, I feel bad. We would
don't feel
keep on
bad.
going. I actually have to wake up at a decent time tomorrow. I know James does too, and it's because of we keep on having these long housekeepings, but they're going to be cleaned up, and we love everybody. And thank you so very much, Mark. It is lovely having you with us. And I see there's already heat coming in chat. So I'm just saying, as I look amazing, V57, if you would like to come on, feel free. We actually are always looking for opposition opinions. I know a lot of the people that oppose us, they're like, oh, you're just going to mute me and hold me down. We are a free speech channel, baby. We prefer you don't attack people, but yeah, we prefer you attack ideas, but we let people say whatever they want. Also, Mark, I think I can hear. Are you playing a video game?
Maybe.
Sending love.
My mic mute isn't up. Hold it. I'll just start that.
But yeah, I mean, and I'll say this, and then we'll get Peebo in. Is like all of the things that they say that make us weak and degenerate, like the accepting homosexuality and non-traditional families, and I'm trying to think of other things. I guess even interracial marriage, Jesus, and all the other stuff that we have moved forward on. That is actually what makes us strong. That is part of what you would expect in a pluralistic society. And so, but yes, woo, send love. Boom, 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 boom. So welcome on board. And with that, we're going to get Peebo.
Hello.
Hello, Peebo. We have been Skeptic and Ranting, and we have been talking proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. No, really. And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
I'm so sorry I missed the dick. I'm so sorry I missed the dick pics. I was busy putting my bed together.
Understandable.
But isn't it amazing how things go around? Like back in the 80s, for those that can remember that far back, there was Mr. Von Daniken, his Chariots of the Gods. And he's back trying to spruik that as well. And here's this fellow pretty much doing the same shtick of, look at this picture, and if you squint, it can mean this. Or if you turn it upside down or a bit to the left, it can mean this other thing.
Yeah, if you just lean left a little.
It's like people have been doing it for donkeys. Pretty sure I was who was the circus guy back in the day with yes, Barnum. He was doing stuff like that in half of his bloody displays. So I'll suck up one every minute.
Yeah, unfortunately, someone's always trying to sell a bridge in a desert, and there's apparently people who are buying.
I know of a boat race in a desert.
Exactly.
Seriously, Henley on top.
You mean a boat race is in like they do like dune
race boats? No, boats.
That
they
is
don't have any bottoms
hilarious,
in them.
though. Yeah, they basically run with these boats because there's no water in Alice Springs, so they just basically have it in a dried up riverbed where people hold the boats and run. It is hilarious.
Gotcha. All right, I'm all for that. And all right, welcome aboard, Peabot. And I mean, gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skeptics. I guess that means that this is the girl deck that we're working with for at least the next 5 minutes, and that there's
it's mostly Australians. Have you noticed that? It's the Australian invasion. The Skeptic Show. Yep.
I have been convinced.
You guys are all paid actors. You don't even exist.
Exactly. I've been convinced for months and months now, as if that's a long time, that you are all paid actors by NASA. They don't even say the American government. They hate NASA so much that they're like NASA, whatever government that's attached to.
Yes, we're all secretly Canadians.
I knew it.
And V75 doesn't seem to like people saying dicks. I mean, cripes. People should look up the the New Zealander ad for varnish, wood varnish. The guy constantly going on about his deck.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh
yeah,
yes.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yes,
and when you
New
wipe
Zealanders
down
and
your
their
deck,
decks.
when you wipe down your deck, make sure it's smooth and consistent direction.
They're not wrong, you know.
It was like the one about the caulking. Make sure you wipe off your cock.
Yes, Kiwis speak so well. But yeah, no, V75 probably hates things like decks and cocks and stuff like that. Ooh.
8 inches.
7.5. You want to give him a little bit of room.
Was there
we're Australians, mate. We don't do mature. Fuckwit.
No. Hey, I had mature content. I just did a very serious debate.
Yes,
Excuse me.
But that was
one hurt me right in the feels.
That's putting it on for the foreigners.
I almost got through that.
You've got to get the tourist dollars in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Which debate?
Wait, does any? That was T-Rock, The Age of the Earth. That was a 4-hour.
Oh, I never got to watch that one yet.
Yeah.
Because he'll just go on. He's not one of these ones who wants to leave. He'll go.
Yeah, so will I. So, it turned out to be 4 hours later. I'm trying to put some funny clips together. Like, I want to juxtapose. Yeah, I want to juxtapose him saying that there's nothing that he said that violates physics, and then telling us that the Earth is younger than the universe. I want that so bad. I'm gonna put it together and release it because that's hilarious, yo.
It's not wrong, but yeah, phrasing.
It's full of
the Earth is younger than the universe. Yeah.
No, the universe is younger than the Earth is what he said. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, no, that's where you get wonky as shit.
By about 4 days, I think he said. Yeah.
3.
Yep.
It was 3.
Well, I'm glad somebody remembers. Look, I don't remember. It was just stupid. What like where was the Earth if not in the universe at the time? Who knows? Who knows? But apparently that's physics.
Yes.
It was in God's space, Godware, and God. It was just God.
Actually, it was at Arby's. You just
God's
didn't know.
realm. Can I just point out that this guy, he was oddly self-aware, kind of. Like he was aware how crazy it sounded, or else he wouldn't have been making all of this justification. Like, oh, I know this seems kind of crazy, but let's look at the Bible. And you're right. I absolutely think you're right. He's nudging towards that craziness, going, "Hey, I'm going to put a foundation of this could have happened, but I'm not saying it happened." But this did happen. Like it's just.
I'm not saying giants, but giants.
Kind of what this guy is
right,
doing.
exactly.
I'm not saying giants, but yes, giants.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm not saying it's giants, but giants.
Mm.
And sorry, Paper, go ahead.
I was going to say, so how big an audience do you think he's spruiking to? How much money do you think he's trying to suck up?
Yeah, tons.
Jeez.
Tons and tons. Yeah, there's a lot of people that will believe this stuff. That's the crazy thing, especially where Bible believers are concerned, because you're not talking about just the young Earth creationists here, right? You're also talking about the old Earth creationists who just believe that Nephilim roamed the Earth and things like that. So the market is actually huge because, Christianity is the largest religion in the world, being nudged out by Islam, of course, but it is the largest religion.
Still.
So, Right. So there's a huge market for this kind of stuff, which makes it really weird when you get people coming in like that guy saying, "Oh, you just like to roast on this stuff." And they used to do that for Atheist Experience. Go, "Oh, you just like to sit here and do this show," and they have like shows running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just on Christianity, and they get so mad when somebody else does something
Any
and says.
pushback.
Any pushback at all.
Any
They are
pushback, they
so
get mad.
sensitive. Yeah, they're just like, "Oh, how dare you impugn our beliefs?" And it's like, yeah, but I believe that it's a crock of crap. So why don't I get to articulate my belief and you get to articulate yours? You're not paying for what I'm doing. You're not supporting me in any way. Not like the government supports the Ark Encounter and things like that. So, what's your problem with people disagreeing with you? Especially because they haven't provided any actual evidence for this. It's all just a load of conjecture.
Oh, sorry, what V75 just popped into the chat? What shows the opposite? Well, actually, if you're going to go down that road, well, fuck it, I'm God. V75. Show that I'm not. Fuck off.
No, it's the aspect of geology, biology, archaeology, physics. All the major hard sciences just show what that claim is to be contrary.
Well,
It's just so
B57, you're welcome to come on. I mean, I'll be very nice and you can discuss it. It's just when we're talking about putting out a hypothesis, like putting out giants did this, when we don't find any evidence of any kind of giants. Right. So we find things like dinosaur footprints, evidence of dinosaurs. We find things like megafauna, right? So we find things like Megatherium and Paraceratherium, like these massive creatures, and we find tons of evidence for them. But the problem is we're not finding tons of evidence for these massive people that allegedly wandered everywhere. And we should. This is something that we should find. What we do is we find there was a hoax involving a giant and things like that. That's what we find. We find things that are not true being produced. Yeah, what was that giant that they found that turned out to be a big hoax? I'll look it up.
Does V57 not understand what language actually is? It's agreed upon gibberish, you twit. We're just flapping our meat at each other. That's all words are. Sounds that we all agree on.
Unverifiable, but of course, atheism is it's not a positive claim. It's the absence of a belief in a deity. So since none of the other claims have been justified, that justifies atheism. It's not a hard statement that there is absolutely no God. That is a form of atheism, but most of us don't go that far.
English shows God exists. Using a similar argument to yourself, no substance, just words. No, English is something that was made up. We can track the evolution of English from Old English to from modern English to Middle English to Old English to Latin, and then Latin back to other languages. Like English just didn't spring from existence fully formed. You know this, right? It was a long progression. Like they used to use ye olde and thou and therefore art this and that's sort of Middle English. Then going back to really Old English, it's not like English suddenly just descended on us fully formed. And we can tell where Latin branched off into Italian, English, French, and Spanish. Like it branched off. The only reason you speak English is because you were born in an English country. That's it. There's nothing special about English. In fact, English is it's got some definite flaws in it, some unconventional rules and some places where probably it's very inefficient. They tried to have a universal language called Esperanto, which was actually based more on Spanish.
So I'm gonna share this, and then I'll give my evidence. So, because I looked up what So he said he is a hermeticism. Is a philosophical systems
Hermeticist, yeah. So Hermetic teachings is
Egyptian god Thoth. It would have been funny if it was like a thought. The Egyptian god Thoth, and so we all worship horse. Yes, finally.
Yeah, Thoth was the Egyptian god of knowledge, and said to keep like the Book of the Dead and the laws of Egypt, but
Thoth was a god. That was the point. No, he typed in Thoth was
not a god.
No.
She's a
he
slut.
was a god.
Just kidding. We don't kink shame here.
Yes.
But what V57 was responding to, because I was giving the example of the hard sciences that prove that his claim doesn't hold substance, he's saying, oh, you can claim that, and I can claim English is how my God exists. But he doesn't realize that's a dichotomal stance to take.
Yeah,
he's saying you never said that your claims prove atheism because you're not even an atheist. So,
and
I'm a pagan.
So who is God in this instance? I mean, because Hermeticism isn't even a religion; it doesn't really worship a god. It is more a philosophy about knowledge. So I don't know.
He says it's a universal mind that provides universal laws.
Yeah,
well, he might be a Hermetic deist or something, but I don't think, Hermeticism.
I would say just the mind. The entire universal mind concept. I'm just very big on minds coming from brain and dualism being false. One side of your claim God is unfalsifiable. Nice and science.
No.
He didn't say that.
No. I don't think anyone in his stream has said that. He's probably heard other atheists say that. But and then pretty much everyone in this chat probably identifies themselves in a subtly different way. Like Beamsy's a religious person. I think I'm an epistefist. I've been christened that by Aaron Ra, so yay. So we've all got our different views on what reality is, which doesn't mean reality actually is that.
What Beamsy is saying is that you can use the science to disprove this version of Judeo-Christian religion.
So V57, we're not trying to teach you about your beliefs. I'm asking what are they and what is God, because that's why we ask, because we're iterating the normative version on it, but you might be using it differently, which is fine. That's fine. It's just the normative version is a philosophy. Like, we're not trying to tell you have to be this thing. We're asking, what are you defining as a hermeticism? Because this is the normative use of it that people use in general conversation or philosophy conversation. The whole idea that you have what's evidence for atheism? Atheism, it's a malformed question. Atheism is a belief that no gods exist, or a lack of belief in gods, depending on the definition that you're using. So asking that is a really weird question. It's like, what is the evidence for people liking chocolate? It's the people liking chocolate exist. That's atheists exist. If you're asking where is the evidence for there being no God, then what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of proof. You're claiming there is a God and then asking us to disprove your claim. That is not how that works. When you claim something exists, like I claim I have a rhinoceros underneath my desk, the burden is on me to show it, not to go to you and say, where is the evidence for no rhinoceros?
Those words don't match up.
Well,
that's no, his statement of so atheism can't be proved or Mark was just explaining like versions of atheism, and then it says so nothing to believe. No, those two sentences don't match up. That's just stupid. Learn wording better.
Well, and actually,
said, they say we believe in the supernatural. Then Beamsy says evidence shows the opposite. Okay, and then he wants to know what evidence shows the opposite? And then Beamsy says geology, biology, archaeology, physics. So it seems like they're talking about the supernatural there, not atheism.
So you're going to die on that hill, are you?
I would also say it's so theism
Right.
cannot yet be proved, so nothing to believe would be the
Well,
proper. That's why we are atheists.
It's more that every time a supernatural explanation is claimed, when we have employed rational and reasonable methodology to investigate it, it's turned out not to be supernatural. Like, lightning was originally cast by some sort of god or some sort of supernatural origin. We know exactly how it's formed now. We don't, and this happened millions of times. People have claimed that disease is supernatural, this is supernatural, that's supernatural, and every single time we've actually got down to the nuts and bolts, it's nothing of the sort. So yeah, it's up to you to prove that supernatural things exist, because the evidence is supporting a naturalistic world, not a supernatural one.
So then he's going back and telling us that we're the atheism agnostic thing.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk about that for
explain
1
about
second.
His way. He doesn't want to have a conversation.
Well, I just want to. I can
Well, he might.
get down to that real fast because I am an agnostic atheist. I think that both of those labels are justified, but they're dealing with two different things, because agnosticism and Gnosticism are dealing with what you know. You can know it and you can't know it. Those are two dichotomies. And then theism and atheism is dealing with what you believe. If someone were to point a gun to your head, what would you make the answer, even if you don't actually know it? Knowledge is technically a subset of a belief. It is justified true belief. So we have our agnostic theist, Gnostic theist, agnostic atheist, and Gnostic atheist.
Well,
Then he says that Gnostic atheists can't exist.
But I know
verify.
some.
Well, they can exist. We're not saying what we're saying. You're saying that it's not provable, but they're saying that's what they believe. They know that, and you can't objectively show that they don't. So they can still label themselves that way.
So knowledge is justified true belief. So the people that's a Gnostic atheist say that they have justification for that belief, that there is no God, and that it is also true. Now, it may turn out that they're wrong. If you can show a God, you can say, hey, you're wrong. It's not actually true. Therefore, you didn't know it. But until you do that, they can still claim to be Gnostics. And that's okay.
I would also say
your definition there. We
that
don't like it.
Well, why he's saying
that's the definition.
We reject it.
That definition is the one in philosophy of religion, and it's kind of confined to philosophy of religion. It's not usually used in common talking with people. I don't mind which people use, the philosophy of religion one or the everyday one that sort of people interact with. As long as the position's made clear, it doesn't matter what you call it. If you want to say, hey, if I say, hey, I don't really know, but I believe I lack a belief in God, and you want to say, hey, well, that's an agnostic, fine, call me an agnostic. That's not my position, but, I don't really care.
We shall say his name 3 times and he shall appear.
Yeah.
But I don't get why is it that Gnostic atheists, I would say, as long as you are equally, because you may not even be our enemy. Let me put this down. You may be our friend in that if you are saying that Gnostic theists have no knowledge that God exists and that they don't comport to reality, that would be a statement that we would make, and I would say you're being equally fair. So my question is then, is your problem with Gnosticism instead of what atheism or theism? Because if you're just saying that the correct point is to be agnostic and we can't know either way, then we may actually be agreeing with each other.
And given his last post, I would say no, to that. Do you guys have committed or uncommitted disbelief? And it's like, no, I don't have disbelief.
It's like it's they're all English words, but the question just feels off. It should be what makes you
Prayers don't come true. They've
not
shown that and
convinced.
tested it.
False.
They've done those
Theism
tests.
Is
In my
verifiable prayers
They've
coming
done
true
those
is whatever.
tests.
Well,
It's
no.
bunk.
See, here's the thing. We have proven that prayer doesn't work. We
So
have
far.
proven not only that, yeah, exactly. So far, we've not only proven that prayer doesn't work. We have shown that when people know that they are being prayed for to get better, that they heal at a worse rate than people who are healing and don't know that they're being prayed
No.
for.
That was
We
actually
didn't
done
do
by
the tests, you twit.
Yeah, that was actually. Stop name calling people. Come on, that's beneath
Sorry.
you. That's all right. Look, it was done by the Templeton Foundation, who are actually a religious foundation, and they did the effects of intercessory prayer on people that are sick in the hospital. I can find you the study if you'd like, and they found that probably due to pressure, if people knew they were being prayed for, they actually got worse.
Exactly. And okay, what prayers? And we're totally going to go over to 4, but we'll go over a little bit. We'll go over a little bit because we can't. I still want to do. I have an actual outro this time because I forgot to do the intro. But can I? Well, first of all, when I sometimes hear prayers and I sometimes hear miracles, it very quickly becomes a rare event. I think it is also going to be a rare event here. I've never heard an actual miracle. It's always been something that has what's the opposite of defied the laws of physics? It just
Obeyed
it went,
laws of
yeah.
physics.
It obeyed the laws of physics, and so it's just a rare event. And so I'm open, but that does that sound. But that also sounds
infinite number of things happening at all times. Rare events happen.
exactly.
Oh, that's a new one.
Eventually, you are going to have things like
Rare
life,
shit
even
happen.
if it's life, rare shit happen. But that doesn't also sound emotionally satisfying. So I guess to at least connect with you, what the hell happened? Why? What has convinced you that prayers actually work? And I know we're getting spicy V7, but as long, like I said,
he's given spice, so he wants it.
true. Well, exactly. But we're always just looking for people to challenge us, as well as to hopefully challenge some people's deeply held beliefs. You can
Well, there you go.
Wow. He's followed someone called William Walker Atkinson. Yay.
It's a cop out.
But I
Yeah.
feel like I get you. I get you saying personal, but that makes it hard to convince others. Now, what you will say is, my job is not to convince you. I get you, but we kind of do want to convince others. I know that sounds a little weird, but and not with a get to use more props. We don't want to put. Oh, there's my heart. Hey, Ian, I found the heart. We don't want to put guns to people's heads.
To your heart
and
or your
be
heart.
like, exactly, or your heart, and make people believe what we do. But we do want people to be skeptical, and hopefully by having people think critically and rationally and use evidence for their beliefs, they will come to generally the same conclusions that we think are morally which is this humanism and
That's
secular liberal kind of society.
That's not verifiable if you can only prove something to yourself.
And it makes it really subjective. Like, completely subjective. If you can only internally have it to yourself.
Initiates are the authors under.
Yeah, he's because I did a search on his Cavalian, which brings me to William Walker.
If you verify something, to say you can only verify it to yourself, that's very unsatisfying.
So let's talk about ways in which prayer or faith may work. Okay, and this is going to be controversial to the rest of the panel, I get that. But if you are in a high stress situation, prayer and belief
He went
that
there, Amy. He just went there.
Somebody is looking after you may actually reduce stress. Right? That's not something that's really under question so much. Also, that you may have a more satisfied life if you believe things like a god and that someone's watching over you and someone can save you or whatever. However,
I do have to. Oh no! Finish your however, and then I got to bring up a point.
Just because something may make you feel good does not mean it is true. So it depends on whether you want to feel good and maybe, because it's not always, but maybe make yourself calmer, or whether you want to actually know the truth. I mean, if you don't want to know the truth, then have at it.
True. If
Placebo is
truth
real.
is not your number one criteria for what you're looking for, it is, because I have seen people say that I don't know, or I don't care what is true. I care what is not problematic, pragmatic. I care what works for society. I've seen people say, I think that theism has an evolution. James and I got that today. They think that being a theist. Someone in the stream, I think earlier, said
It
that
probably
they.
does. I mean, it exists, so it at some point must have been beneficial from an evolutionary standpoint. But
And-
there we go with the
Last
Yeah, I
post
know.
is
I'm gonna
also
just
funny.
bring up,
potatoes.
and it's family, community, tradition is the things that we keep on talking about, but we do it better in secular communities. But
No
I
one's saying
can't-
that either.
I can't help you, VP7. I love this question because I always say when people bring up my sex and gender in a theological debate, that means they are pushed into a corner. So I heart you right now, but first of all, I'm not changing my sex. I am both transgender and intersex, and I have come to love my genitals and my gender, and I am just being who I am. And because of that, it means that I have been freed. My joke with everyone is that, like, your sex and gender and, ethnicity and all that shit, it's character selection. A lot of it you didn't pick. And so it's just given to you at the start of this game we call life. And so you then get to go on. In fact, some people it takes forever to figure out who they are. It's not even a tranny thing. It is like a human thing, is figuring out who we are and liking ourselves inside and out. And so once you can do that, you actually get to go and pursue a million other things. And so James and I, James W., towards myself, we are both counter apologists. We met each other in the debate circuit and just started riffing off each other's conversations so much that we were like riffing on religion so much. We're like, we need to put this on the interwebs, and here we are. And so that's the short and heavy.
Replied to you.
What's that?
He wrote another reply to you.
Oh,
He did.
no reason I said is because I said you need critical thinking because, well, no reason. I said it was because you said I need critical thinking. No, not maybe never specifically. I generally try and say what we're trying to promote the channel. I think the atheists, because I actually have, I have to really be paint with as small brush as possible. I think the atheists would not think that you are being skeptical towards your very specific religious views, or if you are, you may be adding caveats for something that may not stand empirical rigor. However, there's a lot of skeptical. Oh no, go! I've been blabbing.
No, so he's also conflating. Where are you? Yes, if trans increases mental well-being, and it bounced, and so does religion, you can't counter that. It's like, yes, that's again subjective. Me feeling warm and fuzzies about the unicorns and the rainbows doesn't make the unicorns real, or it does make the rainbows real.
So I'll read out my response, Peebo. Just read out my response to him.
Yes. Yeah, gender is a social
social
construct, and I already said if people want to believe in a social contract, God, then fine. Go for it. Yes. Yes.
We're not
Thor,
gonna force
Odin
anybody
is
to,
fantastic. All the frost giants are gone.
And I'm sending, as I choke on it, air again. I am sending that love right back to you, V57. Like I said, I know these conversations, it feels like a volley, and it always feels harder when the people with the microphone always have an advantage. Although I love chat, I sometimes I can get carried away. If you've ever seen me type in chat, I'm like,
so.
that's true.
We're only on the microphones because they choose not to. So
that's true. Also, I will say, and this isn't you don't have to. I know every channel that does it, they're like, join or else you're a chicken. Well, we've already crossed hour 4, so now I'm just showing it.
I thought you were going to say we've already crossed that line.
Well, I always have this thing where I prefer to just go into hour 3. But however, we break it up well in my head. So between Gizmo and I, we have our hour that we had of the beginning of our spiel. We had 2 hours of us. Now we have an open mic. It's a variety hour.
When it comes down to it, a lot of people conflate the aspect of scientific and social constructs. Your scientific aspect is sex is something that you tell by genetics. So I actually don't know what Amy Newman's genetics are, because being intersex, you might actually be hermaphroditic with your... But that's... So you would be a very bad example. But myself, I am a male. If I take a genetic test, I would come up as an XY on the 26th chromosomal pair.
So does Bob Larson.
But anyone who is a woman will come up as XX within their chromosomal makeup.
Biological woman, yeah.
That is a biological imperative. That is what we are.
And I don't think that the world is big. I'm sure there's someone out there. But 99% of transgenders, male and female, do not think that we are changing our chromosomes. Like, we don't think and it is the narrative. The way that the people who dislike us frame it, it's like you put on a skirt and you change your chromosome as if you had a superpower. It was like, and with the bra and with the shirt, I am chromosome changer. It's like, no.
But that's why it's an aspect. You can never change your sex, but you can present yourself to be more comfortable within a social aspect. Like, say, if I wanted to be more comfortable, recognized as a woman, I could quite effectively go out there and put in the effort to make myself look as we socially accept what a woman is.
Sure.
It would never change. You still worship that ass?
I would just add one asterisk, even though I would agree with everything that you said, is just to gender to me is just about what you feel and kind of do naturally. Because there's some people that say, well, what happens if I just want to wake up tomorrow and be a woman? Theoretically, sure, you could just put on a skirt, put on a wig. That is very rare. I have found that it's generally it's humans who just are like, I am feminine, I wear dresses and do my nails, and to stop me would just be being a dick, because that's just what I like. And so I guess I would agree with everything that you said, just with that on top.
I love how he just keeps changing. It's like he's gone, think of the children. Yeah,
paraphrasing. Oh my God.
And then,
I was just thinking of George Carlin too. Keep on talking.
And then because he's flipping between it makes you feel good, therefore it's good, which gets away from what we previously said of doesn't mean it's actually connected to anything real, because that's the deeper question. Are deities real? as opposed to, oh, this makes me feel good, therefore I'll keep believing in this thing that makes me feel good. It's just,
I actually don't think it should be referred to as feeling good. It should be more along the
I'm
lines
being a
of,
facetious prick.
oh, it's not a matter of being facetious. It's more of an aspect of being comfortable in, oh, bloody hell, cat. Sorry. It gives you an area where you're comfortable. If you're comfortable in your life, if you're comfortable in your social area, that's what a god or gender or many of these other beliefs and feeling things can actually do. But it's in the end, it's not really scientific. It's entirely social.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you're the one who brought it up, B57, so we don't have to keep going on about it. But yeah.
He doesn't want to offend, but anyways. Also,
Well,
I'm also now flat
I
earther.
don't think it's capable of you offending Amy.
Look,
She's all the stuff she's had to
and V57, you brought this up. I've backed up what I've said with papers. You know, you can look at them at your leisure. I can provide more. That's fine. You've obviously, you know, I'm not, you know, I could ask for papers from you backing up what you've got to say, but I know you probably won't be able to find them. So really what we're looking at is, are there aspects of religion which are good for mental health? Yes, there's a lot of community associated with it. Prayer has been known to increase mental health. But as I pointed out, there's a lot of bad things too. As I pointed out, like the number one indicator for mental health, like negative mental health among young people, is a belief in demons. That is the number one indicator. It's basically you have such a risk for mental health problems if you believe in demons when you're young. It is such a problem. There's other things that are a problem about religion, but whether or not there's a problem, even if religion was the worst for your mental health, right? And things like Scientology, where they split you from your family, can be an indicator of bad mental health. And I don't think you're a Scientologist. I'm just saying it's a much more nuanced question than what you're making it out to be. But even if you had the best life, you know, being part of a religion and you know, you had all the things you wanted and all the things, you know, great mental health, it still doesn't make it true. Whether it's good for your mental health and whether it's true are two totally different things. If I believed that I would win lotto tomorrow and all I had to do was get through my working day, and I would 100% believe that I was going to win lotto or bingo, whatever the hell you want to call it, I might be happier during that day. But it doesn't mean it's true.
Well, I mean, he says to accept what nature has bestowed upon you. But I mean, if we did that, probably all of us on the panel
We'd all
would be
still
dead.
be riding horses and running away from lions.
Or we'd all be dead because the age of the average person, 20 years, maybe. You know, if you lived to be 30, that was getting up there. People didn't live long lives. Yeah, that's nature.
And I just want to show this clip just because I can't help it. It's a point that I always go to, and I forgot who I got it from, and it was totally Carlin. And so
politicians have traditionally hidden. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind three things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason for this.
I don't know how much
education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever
I'm
be
sure there's a
fixed.
copyright
It's never going to get any
somewhere.
better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions.
It's funny to get a copyright on it.
Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
So V-57 is obviously the modern incarnation of Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer. Hey, the Oppenheimer movie is going to get out.
It is. I like the actor in it.
So we're probably going to get a copyright claim for that. No. But it's going to be there's just such an irony of that very specific clip getting a copyright claim. And so, hold on, was that?
Yes.
I just think it's so crazy to say it's verifiable, but you can only verify it to yourself. Well, I mean, that's very unhelpful. It's so silly.
Yeah, like I'm a triggerfist working with HIM Scrumer. Yes, I'm one of hundreds.
But what he posted, like, glory belongs to God, not to him, not a self-worshipper, and privacy matters. But you literally just said the only way you verified your deity was to yourself.
And he also claimed that he had scientific credentials. So I was curious about what the credentials are. And telling someone what your qualifications are is not giving away any private information.
Well, he obviously works on the latest American, was it, B-21?
Well, they don't have to, Beamsy. That's the thing. I get the internet's a kind of rough area. If they don't want to reveal any information about themselves, you don't really have a right to demand it. However, if V57, if you want to claim credentials and then not tell people what they are, no one believes you. This is the thing. Like, if you want to be believed, you have to back up the claim of credentials by saying, here are my actual credentials that I am claiming. We don't just believe people from what they say.
It's relevant because you claimed it was relevant.
That's the only reason I asked. I didn't ask to force you to say it. You said, oh, I have scientific qualifications. So I shared mine, show that I am confident enough to say that, yes, I have a geological background and I have a PhD in stratigraphy.
But Dr. Flower claims scientific credentials.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Flower, yeah. You know what's interesting? The way that somebody will sort of go, accept what nature gave you. Be happy with what God bestowed upon you. You know, don't change your body. But yet they're not adverse. Like, they're not going around and shouting at women for piercing their ears or wearing makeup or guys, you know, massive guys with tattoos. They're not going around hassling them. They're going around hassling other people who they have a problem with because of their religious beliefs. So, you know, it's kind of this double standard where you're like, accept what God gave you and do not modify it. But you'll still dress in a suit to go to work, or you'll wear a tie, or you'll wear nice shoes. Your sort of intellectual dishonesty. Like, why don't you just come out and say,
buy your wife a pair of earrings? Yeah.
Right. You wear a ring. You brush your hair. Why don't you just take what God gives you? Why do you have to brush your hair? You know, it's this real intellectual dishonesty that sort of makes you go out and target people who you have a problem with because of your religious belief, and then blame it on, well, I'm just standing up for the children. I'm just, you know, have a problem because you should accept what you were given.
I like the other throwaway comment there of that isn't causing you physical harm by wearing a suit. Yeah, you do it in 40 bloody degrees, you drongo.
Well, everything can cause physical harm. I mean,
neither is somebody changing their gender. It's not causing physical harm to anybody. I don't know what the hell you're getting that from. I've already given you a paper of the outcomes between gender-affirming surgery and mental health. So why don't you go and read it and find out that it's actually...
Oh, I'll
Yeah.
tell you, because there's a count. There isn't. Well, I say a counter, but we had a push to actually normalize, make it so that people who were in the LGBTQ community felt comfortable, and after a while, we won. We won hard, and now a few generations or so now have been very accepting. And after this, the fundies were like, shit, what the hell are we going to do? We need a battle plan. And so the word is narrative. And it's something, in fact, if you want to know where they get their ideas from, listen to what they blame on others often. I'm not saying you, V57, but the indoctrination of children, this is something you get from religion, the mistreatment of. Oh, hold on just 1 second, Peebo, and I'll give you the floor. The mistreatment of women. This is why my joke is always: if you hear someone shouting, "Oh, please, please, someone protect the women and children," like, check to make sure that nothing is gone from your wallet. In fact, I am going to play, because we're already a pound in.
Pound away.
After this, I'm going to play just the end.
But what's the whole,
clip,
when surgery is not necessary, it should be avoided due to misspelling or a series of letters that I don't recognize as a word?
I think he's saying it should be avoided due to physical harm, like if surgery's going wrong or perhaps regrets over it. The problem here is, V57, is that when the study that I'm referencing says that, like, when you don't give that surgery, there's a much higher risk of things like suicide and self-harm. This is not just a black and white problem where you can go, oh, well, surgery, you're doing something with surgery. Yeah, there's other things at play here.
But that's what he's saying. Just suck it up, accept the way you are, and learn to be happy with it. Well, I'm sorry,
it's not problematic, V57. And when we do look at these things, we don't talk to random people on the internet like you. What we talk to is psychologists, psychiatrists, mental health experts, medical professionals, not just what some clown says on the internet because of his stupid religious belief. Well, I'm really sorry, but that's what it is.
I agree with. I am sending so much love out there. I'm trying to figure out the best way.
The written word is not a good way to do that, V57.
Well, what I would ask is, let's say you have your son that came to you that said, I want to dress and act feminine, or maybe they always were kind of a feminine person, and this is just them coming to you, and because I have found that parents often know. What would you do if you found your child was acting feminine? And
scientific debate is always conducted. This isn't a debate. This isn't scientific.
Well, and I'll give you, and I'll also say I don't want to pull that card. I often
and they use specific jargon.
But like,
you know what a symposium is? Like, have you got any idea of what a conference is? Do you know what a conference?
But also the scientists, the medical community is generally on our side, and that's because both in sociology, in biology, and I would say in between a psychologist and a psychiatrist in the psychiatric and psychology fields, they all support gender affirming care.
And when it comes down to any major operation, whether it's a boob job, whether it's a nose job, a gender realignment surgery, or in my case, actual large plates of metal being placed in your body, you always talk to a psychiatrist first. Do you need it? This is what you'll have to be dealing with.
There's
then
always a risk with any surgery like that.
but they always have a psychologist and a doctor talking to you before and after. And it doesn't matter what the surgery is, they always deal with the psychological and the physical aspect of it quite thoroughly.
But help me out, V57.
Sorry, just one sec. I've got a problem with this words that you're saying. Their mental delusion. What are they deluded about, V57? And this is a question I got from Danny. What is the delusion that they are laboring under? What's the delusion? Point out what they're deluded about.
I also would like to know, so what is the way that you help them? You have a child that says, look, I don't like being masculine. I like being feminine. This is the way I want to be. What sort of help do you do? Is it like we're going to try and masculine you? Like we're masculinize you? Is it like you're going to try and
Make
take
you a real
the kid?
man.
Yeah, make you a real man. You're going to go hunting and you're going to
With the Boy Scout,
shoot something. Yeah. Or play football, like, and then what if that doesn't work? What if they don't like any of that?
And when it comes to puberty blockers, they are used as a certain tool, but it's not a fix-all thing that many people think they are. They're only used in a very specific situation.
I'll withhold my normal joke.
Well, and the way that it's used, generally speaking, on young children, nothing is done except for allowing them to just be themselves. If they float to girls' toys, just let them play with girls' toys. And then it's not until puberty actually is onset that you have to make the decision for puberty blockers, which is in teenager, generally speaking, age. And then it's not until a hormone is selected when you're a little bit older. So now they're an older teen. And it's not until you're generally 18 and older until you have an actual surgery.
Yeah, and we've just evolved into the whole natural thing. The other question, the other thing that interested me was about the divine.
So yes, that was going to be the next thing. I was just waiting. So send in love, you're poor and divine, regardless of whether you are masculine or feminine. Thank you. And like I said, V57, I hope you don't leave the stream being like, I got into this fight with something. We are the debate community here. We have back and forths, and we do come on not just spicy, but we have these are passionate subjects. I always find that it's almost a trap, a proxy, a trap that like me, but it's kind of a proxy war in that, like, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, but in my opinion, most of the people in our culture right now that still hate transgenders it's like racist. No one wants to be racist. You don't want to say you hate transgenders. The people who think being transgender are a sin, I mean, there's no other way to cut it, but to say that it comes from religion, yeah.
And he's spreading false information. The idea of giving them puberty blockers is to make sure that they definitely follow through with it. No. If you look at the statistics, only about 40% of the people who go on puberty blockers follow through with it.
Well, you know, and you know what? On the other side of it is that there is a lot of people who just don't like the trans thing. They just want as few people to transition as possible.
Sure.
And if that means if we tell kids that have been diagnosed with this, the doctors say, if we tell them no, you can't have it, we don't care. And if that causes them to maybe when they get older, like say, well, I mean, I would like to transition, but I've already gone through puberty, so I guess I'll just stay the way I am. That's a victory for them. Okay, they don't care why people are not trans. They just want fewer people to transition. They just don't like it.
So V57 is just dodging my questions because they can't answer it. So basically, they said that trans people are delusional. I asked what they were delusional about. He or she said their genitals. Trans people don't actually think that they have like a penis when they don't, or they don't actually think they have a vagina when they don't. So you're wrong that they're deluded about their genitalia, because they're aware of the genitalia they do in fact have. Right? There's
Amy just got
nothing
done saying
delusional.
that.
They
She
don't
got done saying
have
that.
they don't have a vagina and go, well, I think I've got a penis. That is not what happens. So you are absolutely wrong and dodging my questions, because you know you're wrong. They're not delusional about that. So what are they delusional about?
Amy
And
just
they've
got done
also
saying
thrown
so
in the
that
classic
things are
want
chromosomes.
to attend opposite toilets stuff as well. That's a classic. That's old.
Oh, well, all this stuff is a narrative. You have been fed a narrative, and I know you know that word well because they use that word. It is one of their buzzwords, and yet it is like we do not recruit, we do not groom, we do not push being LGBTQ on children. That has existed. We've been gay, transgender people have existed since the dawn of multicellular time. As long as there has been conscious life that have been having freaky sex with each other, some of it have been doing it in the yes. You don't need
gender.
to with the same gender and with the wrong gender. And so the same gender and different genders.
He just
I
made
don't
it, but
want-
I
I
have
don't-
black friends.
I don't want to say. I don't want to make. I think I just said heterosexual because there's no heterosexuals in me. I'm bi. I need to at least like both heterosexuality, homosexuality. But I will also just one more is that religion is also pushed on children. It is like the one thing, the one belief system we actually know of, taught from parents, pushed on children, indoctrinated on children. That I think if children didn't learn it, there'd be a lot less. I haven't met trans people. Yeah. Well, I mean, have you met? I feel like have you met? Are you saying you've met a lot of trans women and they've been filled with estrogen, and so they acted like people that act with estrogen? My question would be: Have you met a lot of trans men? That is a question, because I really do think, and we're 50-50, because I just think that I think there's a stereotype
But
of
90%
a certain
of the
thing.
focus.
Yeah, I think he probably only notices the trans women and doesn't notice the trans men around. So.
Our joke is that
You are so virtue signaling, dude. Seriously.
Sorry, I've got to go. I've got things I need to do.
Sure. Well, we're way over time, BMZ. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
do you
Thanks
want to
so much,
start
BMZ.
us? Do you want to start us out in our outros?
That
No,
might
I've
be
pretty much got
better.
to go now, so I'll catch you guys.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Sounds
Benzie, I'll
good.
talk to you later, mate. Good
Night,
to see you.
BMZ.
That's for done.
And we're gonna get ready. I feel bad because I know I don't want you to leave V7. Like it has been kind of the whole panel sending questions and stuff, but I could tell just from you talking to me that you think I'm a good person. I can
don't think he's a
tell
hateful
that you're
person.
trying to be a good person, so I can feel that.
Your insults bounce off of us. We try not to take them personally.
Well, it's not even that. I honestly, I would like to make you into an ally if I could be so bold. Because it is the people who are harmful to women and children are the fundamentalists. Like hands down, pound for pound. Like there is no competition. If your number one goal is to save women and children, come to our team. Exactly. Thanks for being here. Got us some overtime. Mwah.
Thanks, Stormlord.
But I guess I was about to ask if anyone had anything to say. I think instead of that, let's do that in our outros. And we're past hour 4. So Peebo and Mark, you can both say whatever you want and take as long as you want. But Peebo, you are starting us off We have been Skeptic and Ranting, proof of biblical giants out Mount Sinai, and we are going into the open mic.
Yeah, why?
And hold on 1 second, because I am gonna pretend like I am fancy. It really do.
Wow, that was weird.
Listen, people, it has to get the reach around for actually, I just said Gizmo would have bit me if I didn't. Or, yes, thanks so much. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. We had some theological as well as some social fun back and forth. People is always I love and on voice, and and also your Cthulhu icon is really adorable. And so
I found it on the internet. I didn't create it. I'm still working on the bit of art that I did create ages ago.
That is okay. I would like to think that a chibi version of Cthulhu will send us all into the cosmic horror of our dreams. But we have been talking about proof of biblical giants on Mount Sinai. I think we had to have been on acid, but how was your final thoughts?
I'm having flashbacks to the 1980s and Von Daniken stuff. It's wonderful. And also, flat earther Alderson discs, they're a thing.
Exactly. You gotta believe in the pizza-shaped earth.
Well, thanks for the support, Pivo.
You're welcome.
Pivo, thank you so much for the support, and also coming on. Like I said, I really love this panel. It feels
a good Aussie panel.
Well, that's true. It is an Aussie and a Kiwi. It has been the down under. But it really does just feel good to have, like I said, I'm going to use that A word one more time, allies. It really does, because 100 years ago, it was all the religious people really had, well, give us 200 pre-Enlightenment, but it really just
be a biogenesis.
Biogenesis, but it just seems.
Anyway, I'll go.
But yes, thank you so very much, Pivo. Lovely having you on. Oh, I forgot to actually, before you say that, I'm already got the what's it called? So we're doing it one more time. I couldn't help myself. Yes, the thingamajiggy. I wanted to at least finish it because we're just gonna.
Want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Sorry to interrupt, Amy. I do have to go really soon. So
that is the name. Go check out that. He was saying he's about to, but I think he's actually up next. So thank you so much, actually, Pivo, for yours. And with that, Mark, Reid, we have been Skeptic and Ranting on Proof of Biblical Giants at Mount Sinai. Hope you had a fantastic time. It was an honor having you on, as always. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, so I don't know what V57 is now. Onto special pleading is something that I said in the debate ages ago. So maybe direct me towards the actual debate. Yeah, he's just basically ranting about random stuff. So thank you for that, V57. It was an interesting discussion. If a little humiliating for you to have all these scientific papers that basically disagree with your position, and you basically are arguing against all of the stuff that I presented. But that's cool. Come back, have a conversation, get on stream, and talk with people. Actually interact with them. And plus, abiogenesis isn't a theory; it's a hypothesis. It hasn't been demonstrated to be a theory yet. So, yeah, it's a hypothesis, and it's not involving. It's not involving special pleading because a hypothesis is I think he might be talking about what am I thinking of? A situation, hypothetical. I think you're talking about a hypothetical, not special pleading.
Conjecture.
So I think he's talking about the what was his name? The Cameron guy, Ronnie Cameron debate.
James Cameron. Oh wait, no, different.
Yeah, I wish I debated James Cameron. I would do that too. No, what have I got coming up? I am hoping to get a debate with Nathan Thompson over Can We Trust NASA? I am so hoping that goes through, but we shall see. And then I'll be representing
Mark,
NASA.
it is always nice to having you defend the people you work for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, someone's got to convince convince people that Australia is real somehow, and me and the rest of the NASA shills on the panel, Peebo and Beamsy, and I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Rebel Nazarene was in here. You saw him, right?
Rebel Nazarene. I have met him. Is a little scary.
He was in there saying earlier about NASA being a Nazi organization.
Oh,
I don't know if you were on then. You must have missed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was going on about NASA before.
Yeah, he's referring to Operation Paperclip, and I can get into all of that kind of thing. I'm getting the funny feeling that B-57 is actually Ronnie Cameron. To be honest with you, he's really,
or he could be Rebel Nazarene.
Or he could be Rebel Nazarene. Who knows? I tell you what, mate. If I'm not fooling anyone, I'm fooling everyone. Make sense of that. No, I loved it. The video was awesome. The way that it was a beautiful anticlimax of failure. It really was. It was this build up to this non-event that is so ridiculous that you just have to laugh. It's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, and thank you so much for having me on, James. Love you, Amy. Love you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks for watching, Mark. Everyone. And
if he had started with that video, if he had started with the scribblings and then worked to his vacation photos, no one would have got through it.
I'm just trying to imagine, like, the fervent belief in the Bible it would take to get through all of that and then go, yeah, that's concrete evidence. Like the average person would watch that and go, are you serious? You're serious right now. Yeah, anyway, wonderful show. Enjoyed it.
Thanks,
fantastic.
Send love, Mark, and loves. And all right, James, it's just the pilots that need to crash, or I guess because we're not religious, hopefully land the plane.
Let's get her done. Yeah.
But we've been Skeptic and Ranting. Proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai. I know you got a debate coming up. And what are your final thoughts?
Well, we sure didn't get any proof of that tonight, but it was amusing nonetheless. And thanks everybody for watching with us. Thanks, guys, for having an interesting discussion on the panel, to say the least. Yeah, as Amy said, I have a debate coming up on the 11th of January on Standing for Truth. That is, let's see, how many weeks away? That is a little over 3 weeks away, right?
Yes, but it'll come up soon.
Yep, a little over 3 weeks away. So on biblical slavery, it'll be fun. Come watch it. We'll have an after show after. And thanks, guys.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, James.
Thanks, Amy.
And all right, I need a bang
do your
cut.
Outro.
But I also have an I know intro, it's not outro. Long, but my intro, outro, exactly. I'm prophesizing, apparently. Proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai? Because, yes, this is something that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, some, actually believe that massive human-like creatures once lived upon the earth and went to war with us. Dun, 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 dun. And of course, sometimes had snoo with our women. Because why not? If we're going to be talking about mythological beings on par with unicorns, then we might as well have a Saxon War orgy. Who doesn't? When speaking about giants. Oh, I'm sorry. The technical term is Nephilim. Or, as I remember them, Moses and the Giant Peach. My favorite movie. Because when it comes to proof of biblical giants at Mount Sinai, you have a hard time convincing atheists of talking snakes, burning bushes, and anything else we normally only see on acid. Do we really need to make Thanksgiving dinner that more awkward by pretending that there is any good biological, physiological, or archaeological evidence for giants? No. But thank you, and I hope that you all had a fantastic episode on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting.
Skeptic and Ranting.
Of biblical
SNR.
At Mount Sinai. I want to remind everyone out there that not only do we do fantastic episodes and host for different tier levels of channel members and Patreons, but I am also if you would like the Space Lizards to produce you, I am producing.
She's a producer. She would love
That's
to do
right,
it.
with Gizmo at Fiverr. You can find it right down below, and I will help you launch, build, or monetize your podcast. But with that, with James's debate, with my debate on 9/11 coming up, I think that's all of the announcements I think we have.
Yeah.
Amazing!
Can't wait for that.
The glory holes are amazing. I hope you all had a truly fun time episode on this episode. Redundantly redundant. Of Skeptic and Ranting. Proof of... On choking on air again. I know, something, so it just filled my mouth. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Proof of Biblical Giants.
Maybe it's
at
ultimated
Mount Sinai. No!
Putting it in your mouth.
Oh, well, God, speaking of Carlin, he still has the best bet. You want to know how there's no good test for God? Are you listening? All right. Are you ready? We're going to do it with me right here. If there is a God, may he strike the audience dead. You see, you're just fine. You're all alive. All right. Fair is fair. If there is a God, may he strike James and Amy dead. No, nothing. And we're still here, folks.
Unless there's a hell already.
Little indigestion. And I can't see out of my one eye. And it's a miracle. I got it back. All right, I guess we're good. Exactly. Yeah. I guess I just want to thank you all for joining us on
Thanks,
this
guys.
episode. From Joel Richardson, where he took us on a journey as we climbed
It was
the
a
mountain
journey.
for the proof of biblical giants on Mount Sinai.
It was a
And
trip,
I
all right.
do want to thank my guests. Well, I'm gonna go opposite. I'm gonna do want to thank my guests, Pivo, Mark, Beamsy, as well as my co-host James W.
Thanks, Amy.
And I hope to send love to all of the mods who really keep this stream so great, the people in chat, and of course, people like you. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then on YouTube you gain access to
There
that
you
bell
go.
icon,
That bell.
which when
You know
set
you
to
want it.
all will send you reminders to join our premieres or see our live streams. Or hey, he's gonna come out, right? Eventually. It may take a month, it may take years, but
yeah.
that flower will see the sun.
It'll sprout.
One day. But hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks.
Could
And
you?
we'll leave thanks. You can. If you're just watching afterwards and you're like, oh my God, I want to leave an extra special comment and give love, we'll read it as thanks on the next episode. After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord after party opens up on our Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members. You can find them right down there in the description. Thank you so very much. An extra special shout out to Caterpillar for becoming a Skeptic and Ranting community member, channel member. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And another way to even help us out is to become a supporter by checking out patreon.com/Amy Newman and getting some unique perks. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Mwah.